I open the meeting, the ordinary council meeting on the 27th of October 2020 at 6:15 p.m. Good evening, councillors, and we'll just have the prayer and the acknowledgement. And I have Brendan Roberts, Councillor Roberts, to read the prayer, please.
Almighty God, we humbly beseech you to bestow your blessings upon this council and to direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of your glory and the true welfare of the people of Randwick and Australia. Amen.
Councillor De Rocha for the acknowledgement.
I would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the land of the Bidjigal and Gadigal people who occupied the Sydney coast, being the traditional owners. On behalf of Randwick City Council, I acknowledge and pay respects to the elders past, present and Aboriginal people in attendance today.
Thank you, Councillor De Rocha. Councillors, I have, it's very echoey today. Councillors, I have an apology from Councillor Hamilton. I have an apology for lateness from Councillor Andrews, lateness from Councillor De Souza. Do I have any other? Councillor?
I'd like to advise that Councillor Ted Singh will not be attending tonight's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please?
Move that way.
Councillor Luxford's moved it. Seconder, Councillor Matson. All those in favour say aye. All those against, declare that carried. The confirmation of the minutes of the Ordinary Council meeting on the 29th of September 2020. Can I have someone move and second the minutes of the 29th of September 2020, please?
I move.
Councillor Luxford's moved them. Councillor Shuri's seconded.
Second.
Councillors, can I have the declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Matson.
I declare a significant but non-pecuniary interest in item CP 47 of 20, 18 to 20 Stanley Street. I am a member of the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel, and I'll be taking no part in the debate or staying in the room.
Thank you, Councillor Matson. Councillor Bowen.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in relation to item CP 43 of 20, Draft Kensington and Kingsford Development Control Plan, Post-Exhibition Report. I observe that one of the speakers is Mr John Geraghty, who has been known to me all my life, and I did spend a period of time working with Mr Geraghty probably 25 years ago, and I, for a period of about a year, I haven't, other than exchanging pleasantries when I bump into him occasionally, like this evening, I have not spoken to Mr Geraghty in any sort of professional or semi-professional capacity for many years. So I'm of the view that it's a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest, and I'll be voting on that matter.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. Councillor Luxford.
Mr Mayor, I too just wish to note that the Speaker, John Geraghty, is known to me. Non-significant, non-pecuniary interest.
Councillor De Souza.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I too have to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest in CP 4320. I know Mr Geraghty through old ALP connections and fundraisers. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Look, I would like to declare a non-significant, non-pecuniary interest that I know Mr Geraghty through the Labor Party.
Any further? Councillor?
I declare a non-pecuniary, non-significant declaration in CP 42/20 Blenheim House. I'm the President of the Friends of Blenheim House.
Any further declarations? Thank you, Councillor. Councillors. So before we move on, I'd just like to also say that this evening or this afternoon, I received a certificate announcing Councillor D'Souza's award. So I'd like to congratulate Councillor Noel D'Souza on being awarded the High Distinction of the Knight of the National Order of the Legion d'Honneur. A motion from Carlos de Rocha on this matter will be considered tonight. This honour has been awarded in honour of Councillor D'Souza's commitment as a councillor and a former Mayor of Randwick to supporting the French community and the bonds between Randwick and France. The Office of the Ambassador of France in Australia will be in contact with Councillor D'Souza and myself and to arrange the bestowal of the ceremony to present the award in person. So thank you, Councillor. So now, councillors, I also have a chairman's announcement about a privacy warning. In respect to the Privacy and Personal Information and Protection Act, members of the public are advised that the proceedings of this meeting will be recorded for the purposes of clause 5.20-5.23 of the Council's Code of Meeting Practice. Audio-video recording of the meeting is prohibited without permission. A person may be expelled from the meeting for using or having used an audio-video recorder without the express authority of the Council. An announcement for all the speakers tonight. All members of the public addressing tonight's meeting have a maximum of 3 minutes in which to put their case forward. Presenters will be stopped when the 3 minutes has expired and they will be offered an extension of 1 minute. Councillors may ask questions of the presenters at the end of each public submission. So the first speaker we have tonight...
Mr Mayor, can I just ask something, please?
Sorry, just Councillor.
Can I just, I should have said it at the start, is there any way that we can just look back and reflect on what's happened last week with the Bali Memorial and possibly just have, you know, a minute's silence just to remember the 88 plus people that passed away, in particular, you know, the 9s that were around Malabar. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine. So we'll do that right now. Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowen. So if everyone could be upstanding. And Councillor De Rocha is speaking of the Bali Memorial we had last week, where 88 Australians passed away, and a lot from our community. So we'll have a minute's silence from now. Thank you, everyone.
Sorry for the interruption, Mr Mayor.
So we proceed to the speakers, which is the first one will be CP 43/20, Draft Kensington and Kingsford Development Control Plan, Post-Exhibition Report. Speaking against is Mr John Garrethy. And as mentioned, Mr Garrethy, you have 3 minutes and an extension of 1. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, councillors, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I have circularised to the councillors a submission over the weekend which I believe has been circulated, and I refer you to that. I don't want to spend 3 minutes dealing with those issues, they're clear, but the point that I make there is that Block 5, the block running from the Meek Street Plaza through to the Churchill Hotel, known as Block 5 in the DCP, is extremely atypical of other blocks in Kingsford and should be treated accordingly. It's only late this afternoon that I learnt from Stella Adjutatis that Council proposed tonight to adopt this plan. I only became aware of it over the weekend, and I made the submission to you all on Saturday afternoon. What I did propose at the very end of my submission, the council, because of the atypical nature of this site and its importance to Kingsford Town Centre, it has been, despite many statements in the DCP and the K2K plan, that the block to the north was the heart of Kingsford. Most people would appreciate that the heart of Kingsford has been the block, what I'm talking about, Block 5. What I was proposing in my written submission, that you direct your planners to meet with the stakeholders of Block 5, including myself, to resolve a way forward in relation to matters, objectives and controls in the draft DCP to address the atypicity of Block 5. Given that Stella told me you wished to proceed tonight, I drafted very late this afternoon, rather rushedly, a resolution which is, I circulated as on your tables. It's a resolution that you would insert in the DCP at page 59 or thereabouts, and that you resolve tonight that you acknowledge that there are localised and block-specific characteristics. This is all written and on your tables. I don't think I need to read them. I put it to you that Block 5 is worthy of special recognition in the interests not only of the stakeholders of Block 5 but of the whole of the Kingsford area, and that you resolve to amend in a very short fashion the DCP on its way through. There is one area there that you'll note that I've marked, that I refer to various controls that should be addressed. I have said they have to be identified. It would take some time to do so, and in doing so I come back to my original submission to you, that you direct the planners and the stakeholders to resolve that issue. Thank you.
Would you like to take questions, Mr. Gareth?
I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Feach?
Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Look, I've had a number of emails, all sorts of different issues being raised, and I'm wondering if, it's a fairly direct question, and given that, I haven't had time, in all honesty, to absorb the suggestions you've made, if you would support a deferral of this matter for the new changes to go back on public exhibition, so councillors would have an opportunity to sort of read in detail through different submissions, and also the community. There's been quite a large number of changes since the original version was placed on public exhibition. Many people haven't seen it, and it would give a chance for people to see those changes, and local business owners and managers and residents to sort of have more time to communicate their concerns.
Councillor Veach, can I only say I'd support 100% your proposal. I only really became aware of these proposals at about 2 p.m. today. So I haven't had time to digest them. I had the broad picture on Saturday and I wrote a submission in general terms. And I think it is a very important block of Kingsford. As you know, I put submissions to you that it should have been the block, not the one at the junction nor the one at the Midtown. But that's past, that's history. But I would support, from my position, and I'd request that you do defer the matter, and I have offered to the planners to meet with them, appropriately qualified people with me, to discuss not the whole plan, but the atypical issue of Block 5.
Any further questions, councillors? Councillor Matson?
Thank you for coming in today, sir. Can you give us perhaps some indication of what these specific characteristics would likely be?
Councillor, there's a written submission that's amongst your papers, and I've identified them there. There's a page full of it. It was circularised, I sent to the council on Saturday afternoon, and I was told it has been circularised. It's a submission with a number of attachments which sets out clearly what the issues. with the diagrams on the back, etc.
Any further questions, councillors? Gareth. The next speaker against is Ms. Margaret Keel. Thank you, Ms. Keel.
President, and on behalf of other local residents, we are addressing the blocks and sites for development. Firstly, on the picture there, the original DCP of July, apart from some fixed requirements such as height and setbacks, each of the development sites had a preferred plan which would give some flexibility to developers but still retain elements of providing some different heights within a development to reduce its bulk. On the picture there, the red at the left there is the 9-story height. The rest is then flexible in a sense of that it could be some varying to that, but still keeping within the development some variation of height. So if I can have the next picture. So with the next picture, what has happened in the amendment is that there have been the fletched areas there next to the 9-story have now been more flexible, and in fact they can be 9 stories or less, which would mean that the whole complex would be 9 stories, and certainly developers would seek that. And these are huge, compact developments. So what our point is, there is already some flexibility provided in the DCP in July. Therefore, we ask that these amendments to site controls be removed, the recent ones, or at least that each site plan clearly specifies that the basic elements of different heights within the flexible zones might be observed. So we don't get these massive 9 stories all along Anzac Parade. Our second point, the draft DCP states that green open areas are to equal 100% of the size and the site. The DAs so far do not achieve that. The DCP amendments after the latest consultation has reduced the green open area from 25% to 10% at ground level. The proposed reduction could easily result in the floor plate of a building basically taking up the entire site with lack of greenery.
Excuse me, Ms. Keel, that's the 3 minutes, but I'll grant you an extra minute. Thank you.
Sorry?
You've got 1 more minute. Thank you.
We ask that the requirement for open green space at ground level be retained at 25%. Thirdly, the original draft DCP did not allow advertising or signage above the eaves of the building to avoid clutter, but is permitted in the draft DCP presented tonight. We ask that signage or advertising above eaves not be permitted. Fourthly, we approve the increased bicycle use and would like controls for the number of bicycles in developments. Current DAs show considerable variation. We ask the car parking ratio be increased for businesses and supermarkets and in residential and unit developments. Who would run a business or supermarket without some parking access? And families with a couple of young children would think twice before buying into a unit. With electric cars taking up, the pollution effect is reduced. To conclude, Council staff has put a lot of good work into the draft DCP, and we welcome the improved controls in relation to air quality and sustainability.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sorry?
No, she finished. Any questions for Ms. Kill?
Sorry?
Questions? Anyone have any questions for Ms. Kill?
Yeah, I understand, but I didn't hear the question.
Councillor Beach?
So just to
I'm a
summarise...
bit hard of hearing.
Okay. So just to clarify, I'm just clarifying your question, I hope that's permitted. Your main concerns are around the building envelope and the sort of setbacks, is that right? Are they some of the main ones?
There are some setbacks.
And the landscaping? I'm just kind of, in my own mind, clarifying what you said.
Yeah, there's still some setbacks of 4 levels at the street level, but it's the flexible areas there the striated areas there that then can be 9 stories, up to 9 stories. And they are very likely to be if there is not a constraint on that.
May I have a follow-up question? So do you think that relates to the changes to the landscaping, where that's now been reduced to just 10%, where it was previously 25%? Do you think they're looking to reduce the landscaping and increase the overall sort of floor plate or footprint of the buildings, so there'll be less open space?
Yeah, it will increase the floor plate of the building and including increasing the height. So there will be massive developments, and not the Kingsford Kensington that was envisaged and that the council has been working on for 4 years. It looks as though that is all being ruined through these amendments. Yeah.
Any further questions, councillors? Thank you, Ms. Keel. Thank you. Oh. Go ahead.
Item number NM66 of 20, notice of motion from Councillor Veach, resident request for a timed off-leash dog walking area in Kensington Park or Oval. Non-significant, non-pecuniary interest. Both my sons have played rugby league for the Coogee Dolphins Rugby League Club, which trains at Kensington Oval. But I'll be voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. So now we have CP 45/20, the La Perouse Museum public exhibition of the Curatorial Review and Upgrade Report. Speaking for is Ms. Carol Abella.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm here tonight as President of the Friends of the La Perouse Museum to show my support on behalf of the Friends for the release of the La Perouse Museum Collection Policy document for public consultation. The Friends of the La Perouse Museum have been active since before the museum opened in February 1988. For more than 30 years, the Friends have acted both as guardians and promoters of this internationally valued asset. I can honestly say, however, that trying to keep the French collection intact for various reasons has been a struggle, and that the French exhibition today is only a shadow of what it was as the bicentennial gift from the French government to the community of Australia. In 1988, it was reputed to be the best collection in the world. The original integrity of the collection has to be re-established. The voyage of La Perouse is of world renown, and there is no better place to fully exhibit and celebrate that wonderful voyage than at La Perouse, his last documented landing place. The achievements of the voyage were recognised about 150 years ago when the suburb was named after La Perouse. It should be just as strongly valued and celebrated today. La Perouse's stay in Australia resulted in many nationally significant firsts, which Randwick City may claim as its own. The first astronomical observatory, the first boat building, the first market gardening, the first mail, the first Catholic Mass, the first Catholic burial, the first friendly encounter in Australia between two nations technically at war, was the first documented landing in Australia of people of Asian extraction. 13 were taken on board at Korea to replace 20 of La Perouse's crew who'd been killed in Samoa. It's the first observation of commercially viable geological deposits, clay which would make the finest porcelain in the world, and the first documented observation of volcanism. It's fair to say that instead of fading into history, the legend of La Perouse internationally is growing in interest and importance. To demonstrate that fact, an international association has recently been formed which ties together many associations worldwide which celebrate La Perouse's voyage. So that's the Association La Perouse Albi, France, the birthplace of La Perouse, the Solomon Association in Noumea, the Friends of La Perouse, of course, the La Perouse Association Alaska, and the La Perouse Monument Committee in Wakkanai in Japan. As its first major project, the association has taken on the task of organising and funding a voyage replicating La Perouse's voyage in a ship almost identical to the one he used, the Boussole. This would bring further international recognition of both La Perouse, the suburb, and of course Randwick City. It's fair to say that the French government strongly appreciates the work that the Friends of the La Perouse Museum have put in over the years as guardians and promoters of the museum. This is demonstrated by the fact that 4 committee members have been given national recognition by the President of France for work associated with...
Excuse me, Ms Abella, you've got an extra minute.
Thank you. We currently have on our committee 4 who have French national honours and 4 who have received Randwick City's Community Service Award. We anticipate another knighthood in the very near future in connection with the change in management of the museum to Randwick Council. And just before I came here tonight, I received an email from Lee Duval, who is the Assistant to the Head of Culture, Education, Science and Technology, the Cultural Service in the Embassy of France in Australia, down in the ACT. And the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs and the French Institute are jointly organising a series of events to promote the history of French culture. And in collaboration with the consulate, with Anne, of course, Anne Boyon, they believe that the inauguration of the La Perouse Museum would be excellent to highlight. So that's something exciting that's happening. So thank you again for the opportunity to address you. Enjoy your evening and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Bell. Any questions? You're lucky.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms Bell. Next we have councillors CP 47/20, 18/20 Stanley Street, Randwick, DA/40/2020. Speaking against is Ms Tara Roach. Oh, okay, yep, thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here speaking on behalf of a number of residents in the surrounding area of the school. I've just got a few photos there evidencing that we have no parking, we have a lot of congestion, and parents parking illegally. So just to move on. The basis of the objection is essentially we're rewarding the school for non-complying increase in their student numbers. So why was the DA lodged? To quote the Emmanuel School, additional floor space is required to address shortfalls in teaching space. And why is there a shortfall? Because the school has increased its student numbers by 102 in excess of the approved numbers. This growth has occurred without any provision for on-site parking. Currently, there are 19 spots for staff, 8 of which are used to drop off and pick up in the preschool, so aren't available for staff. So there's only actually 11 parking spots available for staff. The Randwick DCP requires 0.7 spaces per staff, which would be 96 parking spaces based on the current staff at the school of 138. So what is the impact to residents? We have no parking or limited parking available during school hours, and it's taken by staff and students, especially given the high teacher-to-student ratio at this school of 1 teacher for every 6.4 students, which is much higher, even as the school has documented, than other independent schools of 1 teacher per 11.7 students. Traffic congestion in the afternoon is terrible due to parents using surrounding streets and not using go with the flow. They park over driveways, double park, parking non-stopping zones. Our streets are very narrow and all are two-way, so parking over driveways in particular leaves cars nowhere to go if coming from both directions. This picture is an example of the chaos that occurs in our streets every afternoon. So Randwick Council and Transport for New South Wales are proposing to approve the DA on the basis that it will not be an unreasonable impact, subject to traffic concerns being addressed to reduce private vehicle usage and congestion through a green travel plan, road safety evaluation, operational transport management plan and review of bus routes. But none of these have been completed. They're only being required to be completed before a construction certificate, and we believe this should all be done before approval is granted. A resident parking scheme is proposed, which will help some streets if implemented, but will just push out the issue to other streets. Okay, so if approved, the general condition included in the approval is the creation of a community liaison committee, which includes residents, school and council, and will address construction, traffic and parking and the student numbers, but there's no obligation to continue this CLC once established. If approval is granted, the general condition 21 should be amended to include a minimum period of operation of the CLC, and for example, that minimum period would need to at least be 12 months from completion of the construction. Operational conditions at 117 and 118 limit student numbers to 920 and staff to 138. But residents are concerned these conditions will not be enough of a deterrent because we've already experienced the school not complying in DA 181/2009. The numbers
Ms Roach, you have one extra minute.
The numbers were 725 and now they're already over at 887. So can stronger conditions be included? For example, future DAs will be rejected if the caps are breached again. Proper assessments need to be done before going over the student numbers. And why is it such a concern to residents? Because, see attached letter, back to 2012, we're advised no further large developments will happen, and that's clearly not the case. The last point I'd like to raise is around dilapidation reports. A number of residents are concerned that their properties won't be covered by the dilapidation reports if they're not directly opposite the site, and they're concerned that if there is damage, they will not be covered. So we'd like to ensure that condition 61 is broad enough to cover impacted properties not directly opposite. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mrs Roach? No? Thank you. Next we have, also speaking against, is Ms Jill Webb.
Well, very much for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Jill Webb. I live at 5 Stephen Street, directly below the Emmanuel School, and my home is adversely affected by flooding from the stormwater discharged from a drainage pit at the school. My submission includes photos and video evidence of the damage and nuisance caused by the malfunctioning stormwater drainage system. This system fails to comply with the following provisions of the Building Code of Australia. These are listed on page 188 of your document. Stormwater must be discharged by gravity either directly to the curb and gutter or to an infiltration system. An on-site stormwater detention system must be provided to ensure that the maximum discharge from the site does not exceed that which would occur during a 1 in 5 year storm. Third provision, all other stormwater runoff from the site is to be retained on the site for gradual release to the street drainage system. Gradual release. 4, an overland escape route or overflow system to council's street drainage system must be provided. Now that escape route should not be down my front steps. Please look at the video evidence that I submitted with my submission. I should not have to wear gumboots to leave my home. The Emmanuel School system does not comply with any of those provisions. Stormwater is not discharged to an infiltration system. Stormwater is not retained on the site for gradual release to the street drainage system. Stormwater overflowing out of the drainage pit is not discharged directly to the curb and gutter in Chepstow Street. Instead, a torrent of stormwater bubbles up from the underground drainage pit, floods out down the footpath, spreading sand and debris across the Peace Park nature strip, in through our front gate and down our front steps, as the videos show. This torrent continues long after rain stops. The Emmanuel School stormwater drainage system does not provide an overland escape route or overflow system to council's street drainage system. We live at the bottom of a steep hill. Water flows downhill. When we moved to Stephen Street 45 years ago, mature trees covered this hillside. Their large canopies absorbed the impact of the coastal storms, and deep roots helped keep the sandy soil in place during the torrential downpours we experience in Australia. Many of those mature trees have now disappeared and their canopies replaced by hard surfaces. So how do we, as a community, now manage our stormwater and the erosion of this steep hillside on which we live? The Emmanuel system lacks sufficient capacity to cope with the huge volume of stormwater that runs off this steep site. Stormwater is not contained within the drainage pit. The pit overflows. We now experience flooding when previously there was none. The report of the planning panel acknowledges our submission on page 148 and comments that this is an existing issue and is a civil matter.
Excuse me, Ms Webb, you might have to wrap it up, please. Have you got long to go?
It insists that it's a civil matter between residents and the school. Well, we've been writing to the school for 11 years, since 2011, about the flooding, and the school has written back to us. Our stormwater drains are working as designed. They say we have complied with all council regulations. Randwick residents are entitled to ask, how is it possible to resolve this issue of a malfunctioning stormwater drainage system as a civil issue? Where is the master plan that sets out how the Emmanuel drainage system is designed to work? Where is the master plan that sets out how this site complies with all council regulations as claimed by the school? Here is the problem. Council approved a stormwater drainage system that is clearly not fit for purpose. Council is aware of the flooding and nuisance caused. Council is aware that the stormwater drainage system does not comply with the Building Code of Australia. I do not understand why Randwick Council seems reluctant to enforce the Building Code. Yet, Council does have the power to make further development conditional upon rectification of the existing malfunctioning drainage system. Flooding into my home should not be allowed to become a civil matter.
I've granted you double the amount of time most people get, so are you...
Okay, I've just got one last paragraph. I'm sorry, but it's very important. The report does consider the existing issue is a civil matter between residents and the school. However, the report states on page 148, conditions of consent shall be imposed for detailed drainage plans to be provided to ensure compliance with the relevant provisions of the Building Code of Australia and any applicable standards. My question is, will those conditions apply to the whole site or just to that part of the site that's being considered at the moment for the new DA? Thank you for allowing me to address the meeting. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms Wood?
Yes, I'm happy to take questions.
Councillor Bowen.
Madam, has there been any sort of formal mediation between yourself and the school regarding this drainage issue?
I can refer you to a letter that I included in my submission to the council where the school says, sorry, I'll just read it to you. Our stormwater drains are working as designed. We have complied with all council regulations. We do not believe that there is anything else that we are able to do. We suggest that you refer to the issue to Randwick Council. So they are saying there is nothing else that they are able to do.
And would you be agreeable to mediating on that issue?
Sorry?
Would you be agreeable to engaging in like a informal mediation on that issue?
Certainly.
Thank you.
Certainly. How would that work?
We'll find out when I ask the next speaker.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Any further
Sorry
questions?
I've taken that extra time, but you
right.
can see for me it's a really important issue, and I do appreciate, Mayor, your opportunity to speak. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now speaking for, we have Mr Andrew Watt, the principal of the Emmanuel School.
Mr Mayor, councillors, my name is Andrew Watt. I'm the principal of Emmanuel School, who is the applicant of this development proposal. Emmanuel School has provided high-quality community service in the form of a preschool, primary and secondary education on our current campus for 36 years. Throughout this time, the school community has refurbished and developed existing and new facilities in response to an ever-changing curriculum with the desire to provide contemporary facilities that enable the highest standard of teaching and learning to be achieved. As the Sydney demographic data shows, student levels across the entire metropolitan area are peaking, meaning that all schools are dealing collectively with a maximum demand on existing facilities and next to no flexibility in scheduling and timetabling due to a maximum allocation of classes and facilities throughout the school year. This development proposal involves the adapted reuse and reconfiguration of the existing Adler building. I'd like to confirm the three objectives of this proposal. Firstly, to reuse and redevelop the site to retire end-of-life teaching spaces and replace with new facilities for existing students and staff. Secondly, to provide a small number of additional teaching facilities to reduce timetable and scheduling pressure and improve our learning outcomes. And lastly, to provide agile and flexible teaching learning environments which benefit from environmentally sustainable design elements. We've worked closely with experts from the Randwick Council over the past 12 months on all aspects of this development, and we thank Council for their input in our proposed design, which includes exhibition space for project-based learning, combined class workshop for our design thinking, year group or house group meeting spaces, and additional group workspaces for our extension reading, mathematics and mindfulness classes. We understand that the development of this kind does have an impact on our neighbours, many of whom are our parents or ex-parents. Emmanuel School values its neighbours and has shown its desire to work with them to resolve our local problems. I therefore wanted to highlight one clear example of our proactive response to traffic congestions and parking issues that exist separately from this proposed development. We've worked with traffic committee, road safety experts to resolve traffic issues. We've encouraged public transport to the school. We've encouraged walking and cycling to the school. We've encouraged share ride for school families. We've implemented go with the flow pick-up and drop-off scheme, all to reduce congestion in peak time. Over the past 3 years, we've written to local, state and national government bodies pushing for a flashing speed zone, signage, traffic lights, speed limit and speed bumps on Avoca Street, Last year we reviewed our go with the flow processes with a traffic safety consultant, and we've staggered our school finish times. We've designed direction signage for parents. We've employed supervisors in the morning and the afternoon. We've deployed students to different exits, and as a result, our traffic flow is quicker and safer.
Excuse me, Mr.
Thank you. 1 minute?
No, you've got 1 minute. Yep.
Thank you. We've responded to resident complaints, only 6 across my desks in my 3 years, by placing articles in our weekly newsletter, by reporting parent misbehaviour to council rangers, by emailing parent staff in Year 12 regularly about the parking issues, and we followed up every issue raised. We regularly send letters to our local residents informing them well in advance of school events that generate congestion. We'll continue to work with our local community to improve management system relating to these key issues and communication between the school and our local community. We support the idea of an operational transport management plan which can document these initiatives and assess their success long after the development has concluded. And finally, we further support the formation of the Community Liaison Committee as an ongoing forum in which concerns, conversations and new initiatives can be developed, tested and implemented for the mutual benefit of the local community and our school. I'm now happy to field any questions from the council that may exist. Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? For Mr. Watt? Councillor Bowen.
Mr. Watt, you've heard my question to Ms. Webb. So would you be, if council has the ability to facilitate mediations between neighbours, would you be willing to participate in that with Ms. Webb to see if we can get to some resolution on that unique issue?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
I saw the documentation only yesterday, and I've already talked to my property manager. Our understanding is that we've had 2 sets of engineers look at it. We did a 24-hour CTV footage in the middle of the storm, and no storm water was bubbling over. However, this is obviously not made up, so we will look into it, and we're very happy to talk. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. Watt?
Yes, they storm.
Thank you, Mr. Watt.
Thank you very much.
You. So now we have NM 60 Slick. Councillor Matson to come back.
Sorry, so we're waiting.
So now we have NM 66/20, notice of motion from Councillor Beach, resident request for timed off-leash dog walking area in Kensington Park or Oval. Speaking for is Miss Marie Scarf.
Thank you, councillors. I'm here on behalf of the dog owners and lovers in Kensington and Kingsford, and we would like your support to let us walk our dogs at the local park without the risk of a $330 fine for having the dog off leash with no associated antisocial behaviour. There are currently no off-leash parks in either suburb of Kingsford or Kensington, and the nearest parks to Kensington Park are all around a 10 to 20 minute walk of up to 2 kilometres there and back. Other suburbs have 4 or 5 off-leash parks, and we have a map of where those are circled in black. If we go to the next slide, we've circled in red there Kensington Oval, which as you can see is a fair distance from most of the other parks. So what we're after is one park compared to the 4 or 5 that you see in Coogee and Maroubra. Many residents in our area don't drive or have access to a car, and this is reflected and documented in Council's own K2K proposals, which assume that there will be a lack of car ownership, particularly in the new developments. Kensington Park is in a residential area. It's surrounded by hundreds of dwellings, soon to be thousands, and it's 34,300 square metres measured on near maps. Around half of that, 16,000 square metres, is a fenced oval, and that oval's used for cricket in summer and rugby in winter, with the matches occurring between 9 and 5 on weekends, with training nights a couple of nights a week. There's no organised sport on weekday mornings before 9 a.m, or in areas outside the fenced oval. Before 8 a.m, there are in fact very limited numbers of park users and rarely children, reflecting school hours of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. From 3 p.m. onwards, there's usually a mix of kids and adults in the park, often in the playground or jogging in the oval, and after 6 p.m, usage is almost exclusively adults, reflecting homework, dinner and bedtimes for younger kids. So what we're proposing is arrangements such as at Payne Reserve, where access is permitted to all parts of the park other than the playground and sporting field areas. There is 16,000 square metres of Kensington Park that can accommodate this without any upgrade to existing facilities. But if upgrade or fencing is considered preferable, the K2K plan has required a community infrastructure contributions grant from developers, all of which must be spent exclusively within the West Ward, which both of these suburbs fall into. And that money could be used to improve the access of the park. So these are some photos of areas which we don't consider would need any infrastructure improvements. They're all outside the oval boundaries, they're all flat. There are some areas...
Excuse me, Ms Scarf, you've got an extra minute.
Oh, thank you. And if you keep going, sorry, with the slides a bit more, there are some areas like this where the fencing got ram-raided in the last 2 days, and another one like this where there's some terraced areas outside the field. If it was necessary to improve the access in those areas, perhaps the grant money could be issued to do something like level these areas and open up that available space to be used, because at the moment nobody's doing anything on the tree roots there. So we think that council already has a number of dog parks, and there's no reason why dogs at Kensington Park would present any greater risk to park users than in any of those other parks. Time off-leash access would permit access while general usage is low and there are few children there. And council has separate rules and fines dealing with antisocial behaviour, from $275 upwards for things like failure to pick up poo and aggressive behaviour. And those would adequately deal with concerns people might have. So we've started a petition which has 600 signatures in the last few weeks to grant such timed off-leash access. And this reflects the fact that we've got more than a third of households in Australia owning a dog, which is just increasing. And with 19-storey buildings zoned within 700 metres of this park and no off-leash access anywhere in the two suburbs, there's an obvious need to have something accessible on foot for these people who are assumed not to have cars. And apartment buildings have model bylaws which permit as the default position in new buildings pet ownership. The recent Court of Appeal judgment in the Horizon building has changed the position for existing strata buildings to rule invalid any bylaw which prohibits the ownership of an animal in the building. So you are going to have new buildings and old buildings with 100% access for dogs in every single one, and you have nowhere in either suburb for people to go to walk them. And
Excuse me, Ms Scarf, are you nearly done?
Yep, I'm on the last slide. So what we consider as responsible dog owners is that we want some safe and responsible way for us to walk our dogs, not just walking down the street outside our house, which doesn't give them the opportunity to exercise and isn't really suitable for taking the family with the family pet out for an excursion. I've made a lot of friends locally, and this is why we've got so much support for the petition in a quick time, because people go down and stand around chatting while they're there with their dogs to local people who have the same issues in them. And it brings pleasure. And people, since they've started getting these fines from 7 a.m. in the morning until 7 o'clock at night, are miserable. They're looking over their shoulders, they've done nothing wrong, they're not picking up their poo, these dogs are not misbehaving, they're just there off leash. And we are talking about these little fluffy, if you keep going down on the slides, these are the sorts of dogs we're talking about. Marimas, cavoodles, pugs, chihuahuas, whippets. Next slide, please. Labradors, cattle dogs, shih tzus, kelpies, Finnish laphounds. These are the dogs that are in the park. We're not talking about huge beasts that are a risk to the public. The Oodle is the trending dog. It weighs less than 6 kilos. It doesn't have the capacity to snap an ankle if it tried. Labradors are the preferred pet for hospital visits and nursing home therapy dogs. Cattle dogs.
Sorry, Ms.
trained
Scarf, I know
because of
that's
their
your last
relationships. Yes,
slide. Are you
that's
willing to
fine.
take questions?
Yes, happy to
Yep.
take questions.
Councillor Stavridis.
Thank you, Ms Scarf. Council is currently in the process of putting together an open space recreational needs study. Are you happy for Council to investigate not just Kensington Park, but investigating other parks in the area to be for off-leash dog parks? Because I don't believe Kensington Oval is suited for what you're asking for, but I'm happy to have it reviewed, to have a look at all the other parks, to have a review of that. Are you happy with that?
I would love to see as many local parks available to people to walk their dogs as possible. Kensington Park is a particularly large park and it has the associated facilities that make it desirable for people walking the dog with their family. There's a gym there, there's the playground there. You can pop the kids in the playground while throwing the ball with the dog. There are toilets there, there's somewhere to wash your hands, there's a dog poo bag dispenser. These are things that not many parks have, but this is the keystone park in the area. This is what council is selling as the end of the street garden plant-outs for its green belt in the K2K plan. The roads are leading there, and to think that 1 in 3 homes is to be excluded from this park for reasons unspecified seems silly. I can understand people not wanting dogs in an oval. That's the same at Payne Reserve and many of council's existing dog parks. I don't see any reason not to have dogs in the other 16,000 square metres of the park, which far exceed the size of
Ms.
many
Scarf, I'll
individual
get Councillor
parks.
Stavridis wants to ask another
Just a
question.
follow-up question. Are you aware that in the last 12 months there have been 3 reported dog attacks at Kensington Oval?
No, but all I can say is that if the dogs are going to Kensington Oval at the moment, then they will be local dogs and they will simply go somewhere else and the dogs will not change. So you are simply pushing the problem elsewhere if you assume that no off-leash access is needed. And I think that's the reality. A bigger park is going to create a safer environment because there's more space to distance. And so if there is an issue, none of us want that. We are in favour of residents enforcing measures against antisocial dogs, but that is the exception. And what we're suggesting is let's make the bigger areas accessible rather than having dogs forced into smaller spaces where there's more likely to be an issue. People aren't going to stop owning dogs. They love their dogs.
Councillor Veitch, you have a question?
Thank you. So could I just again ask a clarifying question? Because we've had a number of discussions and it's been a busy week for everyone. Are you now saying you're not seeking access to the Oval, just the park area?
We have got a petition with 600 signatures, which is worded broadly to give council options. And what we've said is we've like timed access in the mornings and afternoons. We haven't specified the time, but there are similar parks in many other areas which generally favour the idea of after 6 until around 9 in the morning, and they're often just with the PM till AM time. We'd be happy with something like 6 till 8 or 6 morning and evening. I mean, that would work.
I guess what I'm trying to just clarify is
Oh,
my
yes.
motion, the petition, which I've now seen properly, just refers to the park.
That's right.
My
yeah.
motion as originally worded, was worded on the business papers, refers to Kensington Park and Kensington Oval.
Yes.
But you're now mostly referring, your slides and everything seem to mostly refer to the park.
Yep.
So if I were, if I were to remove reference to the Oval and
Yes.
just refer to the park, would that be something that would be agreeable to you?
I think that's exactly right. So a number of residents have expressed that they find it easier to walk in the Oval. The preference, particularly for puppies, is a fenced area away from the traffic. And if they can't have that, then most people were overwhelmingly in support of somewhere in the park. The expressions were, we just need somewhere to go. So nobody has this sense of ownership of wanting to compete with sports players or anything like that. All they see is a big empty space and wanting some part of it to use.
Any further questions? Councillor Luxford.
Ms. Scarf, so in saying that you are looking at the park area, you wouldn't be, you know, if we couldn't do anything in the park area, are you happy that if council found somewhere else in close proximity to the park in the area?
Yeah, look, I can only talk for myself because the people I've spoken with have signed the petition and go to the park currently. I mean, this is not a situation where there's no one there and we're trying to create something. What we're trying to do is regularise the existing situation of, you know, 30 or 40 dogs a day that I'm aware of when I'm there. And I'm unaware of any other parks of anywhere near a similar size that provide a safe place. I mean, there's a few small parks on street corners. One has syringes, is adjacent to a canal full of graffiti, next to Housing Commission, right on Gardeners Road. Very unsafe for children, and I don't like going there because of the syringes I found when I first went there to look at the canal, because it had an egret. There's another one on the corner of Eastern Avenue. Again, it has a large children's playground, which if you had a 10-metre exclusion zone, like most other parks, would pretty much mean you couldn't walk there at all. And I just am unaware of any other parks in either suburb.
Any further questions? Thank you, Ms. Scarf. Thank you. Now we move on to NM 67/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch. Request for support from the Australian Kurdish community for elected local government officials in Turkey. Speaking for is Mr. Ismet Testa.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and all councillors. I'd like to say thank you on behalf of the Australian Kurdish community and give me that opportunity to be here today and raise some issue back in Turkey. We are a Australian Kurdish community. We've been in Australia around 40 years, and most of our community member is a political refugee when they came to Australia. Don't go too far. I'm just going to go from 2012 till now, what's happening in Turkey. 2012, 15th of October, as a People Democratic Party is established. And 2015, 15th of June, there was a general election in Turkey. They won 69 seats in parliament. Due to that time, because of the government didn't have enough majority and didn't have enough number, they didn't set up government, they stopped, and like after 3 months later, they went to recall election again. 1st of October, again, they went to election. The People Democratic Party against, they get 11% of vote in Turkey. They get around 67 seats. And due to that time till now, as most of the Kurdish local government are moved by Turkish government. Most of them been jailed, or most of them removed from their seat. And also the People Democratic Party is their 9 MPs, and also around 5,000 of their official members, they're all been in jail. And they're going through very tough time. And due to this tough time in all around the world and all around Europe and also in Australia as well, and we believe democracy, we believe human rights, we want to show our solidarity with these people. They fight for democracy, not only for Kurdish people in the region, they fight for Christian community there, they fight people who there are being pressed by governments, they fight women's rights and youth rights. And that's why they've been really arrested by Turkish government. And because of this, as the People Democratic Party is going through a very tough time at the moment, as not only government, also as a very right wing of the Turkish community is being also attacking their members and close down all the Kurdish TV channels, news agency.
Sorry, Mr. Estan, you've got an extra minute.
Yeah, and like to say, we in Australia, first time I get that opportunity to be somewhere like here, like democracy, and talk behalf of community. And I wish we have the same right back in Turkey as well, and everyone can stand up and talk all this issue is without a problem. And I really, again, like to say thank you to everyone for listening to me and give opportunity to me here today and talk all this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Would you like to take some questions? Any questions? Councillor Beach?
Thanks for coming in. I'm sure the Mayor and a lot of the councillors would be interested to know why you and your community have been, requesting that councillors, support this type of motion. I understand that a very similar motion was supported in Inner West Council, and you've been approaching other councils as well. What would, many might ask, what difference is it going to make? Is that something you could communicate a bit more about the significance of having such a motion at a local council?
And which is, thank you for your question, it's this motion passed in Inner West Council as well, and not only in Australia, it's around Europe as well, and called in US, in Canada as well, because it's important for the Kurdish community, and most of our community is being suffered for over 100 years, being divided for different four countries like Iran, Iraq, and Turkey. This first time they get that opportunity, their voice in Parliament House, and now it's been targeting by, removed from the local government, put in jail. As the Australian Kurdish community, it's important for us to, in Australia, in all around the world, get solidarity from different community, different country, different political background, show their solidarity with these people, give them hopes, give them, they're not alone, they're fighting for democracy. And they love to have some support from other countries as well, including Australia.
Any further questions? No? Thank you, Mr. Tinson. Thank you. So now we have NM 70/20, notice of motion from Councillor De Rocha commending former Mayor Noel De Souza on receiving the honour of the night in the National Order of Legion d'Honneur. Speaking for is Ms. Carol Abella.
Mayor, I speak as President of the Friends of the La Perouse Museum in support of Councillor De Rocha's motion. On behalf of the Friends, may I congratulate Councillor Noel De Souza, who is to be awarded the Knight in the National Order of Legion d'Honneur, for bringing to completion the transfer of the management of the La Perouse Museum from National Parks and Wildlife Service to Randwick City Council. The new ambassador for France in Australia, Monsieur Jean-Pierre Thibault, is arriving in Australia next week. I've been in discussion with Anne Boyon, who is the Consul General, and Anne has advisors that the ambassador has indicated he would be really pleased to present the award to Noel on behalf of the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, at the La Perouse Museum in early December, hopefully. Congratulations, Councillor Noel De Souza, a well-deserved award. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Abella? No? Thank you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you.
Councillors, there's a few motions here that I think we need to deliberate over, so I'll call a 10-minute break. So please be prompt. We started late, so we really do need to be on time. So 10 minutes exactly. So at 25 to 8. Thank you. Can you please take your desks, please? For the gallery, if you'd like to come back in. I will reopen the meeting at 7:45, and we'll deal with the items that we have speakers on. Can the speakers please take your seats? The gallery, please take your seats. And councillors, please take your seats. I'll reopen the meeting at 8:45. Oh, sorry, 7:45. 7:45. So we'll deal with the items we had speakers on. The first speakers were for CP 43/20, the draft Kensington and Kingsford Development Control Plan post.
I'll be
Moved by Councillor Veach. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Stravinos. Would you like to speak on that, Councillor?
Yes, I have sent through an amendment to Mr Kelly. And I will also be foreshadowing an amendment if this does not succeed. And that is to defer consideration of this report and place it, the new version with the track changes back on public exhibition until December. Bring it back in December. Councillors, I have literally spent the last several days in many phone call and email exchanges and meetings with local residents. There have really been many significant changes to the DCP since it was first placed on public exhibition. I have circulated some other amendments, including the issues raised. I mean, I haven't supported, as everyone knows, I have not supported the K2K, but I'm prepared to put up these amendments because I'm so concerned about the impact that these changes from the original DCP are going to have on the amenity of local residents. Some of the changes in the revised version are to the built form. These changes are to the tower forms where there's now going to be a 10% variation on the maximum floor plate, and decreased building setbacks. So for the people who are living, you know, very close by, like next to these blocks, they are going to have less solar access, less visual amenity, there's going to be wind, overshadowing, a whole range of issues. This is in partly, and in addition to this, the block controls have also had significant changes. The very specific stepped building on forms in the building envelopes in the initial version as exhibited are now able to be changed by the developers. And many people have complained about that as well. There's been significant changes to that stepped form. There's just too much detail with these hundreds of different blocks. One of the areas of real concern is the change to the landscape area, a decrease from 25% to 10% of ground plane landscaping, and removal of all provisions for deep soil planting and permeable soft landscaping provisions. There's also been changes to the advertising and signage provisions and so on. We've had speakers here tonight. I have had people emailing me up until the last minute. One of those people has decided to jump in their car and rush to the meeting. So people haven't had a chance to absorb these many changes, and I think it's timely that we go to a deferral. I know there's a couple of court cases out there. We can refer to the draft that was on exhibition. For those of you who haven't been following the detail of the developments that have been rolling in Kensington and Kingsford, there's about a dozen DAs at the moment that have all barrelled in. 2,000 of those so-called dwellings are for boarding house and student accommodation. Majority student accommodation, There are 0 parking provisions. Even the affordable housing SEP has a provision for 0.5 parking per room. We even have less provision for cycling that's in the affordable housing SEP. Half. I have no idea why. So there's so many issues. I'm calling for a deferral, and if this falls down, I will be foreshadowing an amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Trevena, a seconder.
Mr Mayor, over the last 5 years, I've been a vehement opponent against K2K. And the reason I've always been opposed to this, to K2K, is because I know that it's detrimental to the amenity of residents in West Ward. What we have before us tonight is a DCP that doesn't even conform with the controls set out under the SEP when it comes to parking for boarding houses or boarding rooms. This is dangerous. Kingston and Kensington already have any number of issues when it comes to parking and traffic implications in the area. Okay? And this is only going to add to that burden and create more detriment to the amenity of the area for our residents. And what I will say is this, Mr Mayor, 5 years ago when we discussed having a housing strategy in this council, we talked about addressing the issue of housing affordability. How are we addressing the issue of housing affordability when the 12 DAs that have now come before council since the lodgement or the gazetted of the LEP are all for student accommodation? This is not addressing housing affordability, Mr Mayor. What it's doing is actually accommodating to the students in the area who aren't even anywhere to be seen right now and might not even come back for another 3 to 5 years because of what we've got before us with the coronavirus pandemic. So what we're going to have is 2,000 new rooms being added to Kingston and Kensington without students. So what do you think is going to happen? I can tell you, professionals and other people are going to occupy these rooms, and these people all have cars. They all have motor vehicles. And we're not going to provide one single car space, even though the SEP, the State Environmental Planning provision, says that we need to provide half a car space per room. Why can't we do that? Well, you know we've already got an issue with parking and traffic in the area, and what? We want to add to it? We want to drive residents even further crazy than what they already have being brought to boiling point? This is not right, Mr Mayor. I'm sorry, I cannot support the DCP. Now, I'm happy to support Councillor Veitch's amendments because I believe that a number of residents don't know about the changes that have been proposed. Reducing the landscaping from 25% down to 10%. What, we're going to have concrete jungles now? It's not enough that we've allowed for 18 stories to be built along Anzac Parade, giving every other developer on those smaller sites the opportunity to go higher by setting a precedent, but now we want to reduce the green space. I'm sorry, this is just wrong. Absolutely wrong. And the other point I want to raise is in relation to the setbacks. You're talking about reducing the setbacks. What do you think that's going to do for overshadowing? What do you think that's going to do to the residents and to the school and to the shops and to that whole area there is going to become a wind tunnel. I could probably jump off a building with a paraglider and glide down Anzac Parade on it. I know it sounds funny, but it's not funny at all when you think about it, because that's exactly what we're looking at having. And I can tell you now, there will be any number of people, any number of landowners along that site, they're all going to be wanting the 18 stories even though they're on 10-storey sites. I can tell you that now. And anything I can do to support my residents, Mr Mayor, I'll continue to fight. Because that's what I've been elected to do. When something stinks, I'll say it. And this stinks. And I'm happy to support the motion put up, or the amendment put up by Councillor Veitch tonight. Thank you.
Councillor Shuri.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just, a question through you to our Director of, are you
City Planning.
Thank you. Could you explain to us what the impact of a deferral of this DCP might be? Oh, I beg.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Clearly, the DCP has a role to play in setting the clearly define future character of the Kensington and Kingsford town centres. We do have the height and FSR standards, but they alone don't define your future character of an area. It takes the whole suite of built form controls to layer the meaning and understanding of what you expect from an urban area, and that comes through your DCP controls. On the basis of the current development applications that we have before us, where Land Environment Court appeals have been lodged, we are required to file our statement of facts and contentions by the 4th of November. Without a DCP in place, Council will have to rely on a draft DCP, and the weight to be given to that draft DCP would be significantly less than if it was adopted. And that's on the basis of the court's authorities that establish that the weight to be given to a particular instrument is based on whether it's imminent and certain.
A further question, if I may. So these new applications are for the boarding houses that Councillor Stavrinos is talking about. The ones that we want to stop are the boarding houses. Am I correct?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Those development applications are made under the SEP Affordable Rental Housing. They are classified as boarding houses, but primarily they're there for the purposes of student accommodation.
And can I just one more further question? By having these, the K2K set in place, it doesn't give a precedent for the whole of Anzac Parade to have high story. It does, in effect, stop high story going down the whole of Anzac Parade from Kensington to Kingsford by having a designated areas for development.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As councillors would be aware that the current development standards through the amendment to the LEP allow for a maximum FSR and a maximum height, and they would apply across the site. The DCP controls work to reduce the volume by which the building would sit within those parameters of floor space ratio and height. And you can see from the block diagrams how we've defined the areas where different building volumes in terms of their heights and their relationships to neighbouring properties and the stepping and modulation of that built form, how that does create the sort of built form outcome that's envisaged under the DCP and is aimed to minimise those impacts associated where you put certain height and volume on a site, adopting a particular site strategy.
Councillor Laxford. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also have a question for the Director, through you, if I may. Our LEP, or the planning proposal, was approved under the Fast Track Assessment Program. I understand that that's the reason that it has been approved prior to the DCP. Would that be an argument our council could put forward to say that because of the rule changes, the legal changes around COVID and the Fast Track Assessment Program by the state government, that the approval of the DCP was accelerated and our staff were not able to have the DCP in place at the same time or very close to the LEP being gazetted, and would that not be an argument our council could use in a deferral at court?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In terms of the Fast Track Acceleration Program of the state government, I do note that this LEP has been 4 years in the making, and in terms of the adoption of the LEP, which was in August, the court, in my view, would consider that there has been a reasonable time frame afforded to council for its adoption of the DCP, which must ordinarily sort of follow the LEP.
Sorry, I have a follow-up question. I mean, given that the LEP, the KDK planning proposal, council, even though I did not vote for it, was actually, council resolved to support it in December 2019. Why has it taken so long to get the DCP? I mean, this has surely put us at an incredible disadvantage. We have been waiting almost 12 months.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I do note that the KDK planning strategy did have many layers of proposed development controls, which are now forming the basis of the DCP. Council officers weren't really in a position to prepare a draft DCP until such time as it became more certain that the LEP would be made by the Minister.
Councillor Bowen? Or no, Councillor Luxford first. If it's not a question, then it's Councillor Luxford.
Mr Mayor, a question first to Director of City Planning. In saying all of this and having a DCP that has allowed for certain floor heights along Anzac Parade in different areas, so we've got tall ones, shorter ones, whatever we have. A developer of one of those smaller buildings can actually go to court and apply to have a taller building than what we have in our DCP. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. A development applicant can apply for a development application that involves variations to development standards, which include your floor space ratio, height, and your development controls. But certainly the court needs to turn its mind to those variations and to whether council has consistently applied its provisions and whether they have been made based on sound planning principles. So that said, the experience of this council has been that the Land Environment Court places significant weight on newly adopted LEP standards and built form controls under a DCP, and there would be little scope for variation unless there was a good argument as to why a minor variation met the objectives of the controls.
But in saying that, you know, that is your opinion and what you've experienced in the past, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will always go that way. I'd just like to say that I stand in support with my West Ward councillors, Councillor Veach and Councillor Stavrinos, to help our residents in the area. So I look at page 9 in our draft development control plan, and under the heading urban design and placemaking, we have guiding principles. And the first dot point says, provide quality, affordable housing to meet local housing needs, particularly for key workers, essential workers and students. Already, the whole process here is shot in the foot because the developments that have been lodged now are all for student accommodation. They're not for key workers, they're not providing affordable housing for anybody, but creating massive towers in Kensington for students. This is not what the K2K was meant to do. It was meant to provide affordable housing for key workers. It was to provide a mix of housing. Instead, all we seem to be getting all down Anzac Parade and in the back streets, because we also have Doncaster Avenue as well, being lined up for more student accommodation. built around some of the heritage, two little heritage cottages on that the racecourse previously owned. So I cannot support our DCP. I support in deferring because the DCP has changed. There are differentiations here of what was already exhibited. So our residents need to see what the changes are, what they're in store for, and we need to defer.
Councillor Matson was next in order. So then that's Roberts and Sousa.
Thank you very much. Look, half the battle has been won with K2K. We fought a battle against spot rezonings which would have had towers erupting all along Anzac Parade like mushrooms. We contained that with the successful adoption of K2K and its incorporation and production into the local environment plan that we now have. But we now have to win the second part of the battle. We now have to fill in the shadows. We now have to define the parking requirements, the bicycle requirements, the setbacks. Now, I'll just quickly ask this question again of the Director. I understand from the reply that you gave to Councillor Shuri that if we failed...
Order. Mr. Mayor, the question's already been asked and already been answered.
I asked for clarification with all respect.
It's clarification, but
I'm going to thank you, Councillor Blum, but I will allow him to ask it.
Sorry, I can't hear you, Mr. Mayor. Someone's speaking on my right here.
Go, Matson.
Sorry?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Please.
Sorry, I genuinely have a problem with my hearing at the moment, Councillor. Look, the clarification I seek is, as I understand it, the 4th of November is some key date that if we do not have a fully fledged DCP in place, we will have to rely on a draft DCP. Will that be adequate to defend our ratepayers' money in the Land and Environment Court against those 3 development applications? And we need to know. This is the crucial bit. Can I ask that?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of having to rely on a draft DCP, my advice to Council would be that it is certainly preferable to have an adopted DCP, because in the circumstances where Council has had before it a recommendation from its officers to adopt the DCP in its current form and has chosen not to, then the courts will, in my opinion, give that DCP significantly less weight in its consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Look, basically, if we don't have a DCP that we can show we have enough confidence in it, enough confidence to actually adopt it, then we are signalling to the developers, to the court officials, that we are not sure, we are not confident of our DCP. It loses credibility. As I said, we've won the first part of the fight. There can't be any more spot rezonings. But now we have to do things like defend the Kensington Public School. Without the DCP in place, we are not going to be able to enforce those setbacks. It will be open to a developer to simply argue that they are just going to go with the crude measurements of floor space, ratio and height. The block diagrams in this DCP will have less than effective strength. That is the point. Look, have a look through. You've all looked at the draft DCP. You've seen the block diagrams. If we don't adopt the DCP, they aren't worth as much. The developers get a stronger hand. Now, I would suggest to councillors that we adopt the DCP. Sorry, we do not agree to defer tonight. We suggest to those councillors that have specific issues that after this deferral motion is defeated, that they move the amendments already suggested or foreshadowed by Councillor Veitch. We cannot not approve that. That is the advice we just got from our director. How are we going to confront our community when a ugly development goes up perhaps next to the Kensington School and we are asked why we didn't stop it? And what can we say? Because we didn't have a DCP in place. If the advice of the director is that we should adopt it for the very good reasons that he articulated, we will have to explain why we didn't listen to that advice. It's a matter of fiduciary duty, councillors. We stand to lose not just our opposition to those DCPs, but the ratepayers' money trying to defend them. And then it comes a matter of the planning panel. All we are going to give the planning panel without a DCP in place are just heights and floor space ratios. It's up to those, to the members of the panel to simply approve it as they see fit, as they can just manipulate those figures, move them around under pressure from the developers. We need to have the block by block diagrams in place. We need to be able to, by that, we can stipulate the setbacks. That is the important thing. And then there are things like parking. We won't have a firm guide on the rates for parking. We won't have a firm guide on the rates for bicycles. We won't have a firm guidance as to the setbacks on the streets, the green spaces, the public spaces, all of those measures. We've won half the battle. We now have to colour in those crude development standards of height and floor space rate. Let's not lose it now.
Councillor Bowen.
Councillors, been on this council now for 12 years. I spent most of my life, certainly my young life, in Kensington, and I look back very fondly on my years in Kensington. And I must say, as I watch this process unfold, I weep for my childhood home, and I'm embarrassed for our residents who come up here to the council looking for leadership, looking for someone to stand up for them. I've in response to this impetus for gross overdevelopment in Kensington, in Kingsford, coming from the state government. It's outrageous. And time and again, exactly like council amalgamations, which we won, thank God, so we can still have a voice for our residents, exactly like light rail, K to K, same thing. Oh, you have to go along with it. You have to, if you don't go along with it, you end up, you know, the sky will fall in. Time and time and time again, I've heard this feeble argument up here that if we don't go along with it, we'll get something worse. Well, how worse could it get? These DAs have gone in for, what, 18 stories within the moment they dropped the rope on the rezoning. And as I understand it, virtually the minute that the deemed refusal time expired, off to court they go. What confidence would we have that any notice is going to be taken of what we do as a council? We've had a glimpse in the last few weeks of how some of the decisions are made in this state, and we owe it to our community to stand with them to the bitter end. Now, the battle has not been half won, it's been completely lost, and it's outrageous that we have people coming up here as councillors advocating on behalf of against overdevelopment, that something like this could happen. It's outrageous, and our community deserves so much better. So all we're asking for is a deferral. We've got the answer from our director tells us that the court will take into account what's been done. So we have a deferral. We give our community an opportunity to have a say in this process. I don't regard the process that has been foisted upon this council as legitimate. The process that has been foisted on this council by the state government is illegitimate, yet constantly spot rezonings being sent off to the panel. But yet constantly we're being asked to authenticate, legitimise this, this process. Well, I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to put my name to it. And all that this motion asks for is a deferral. But no, we can't do that because we'll get some worse outcome. How worse could the outcomes get? So, councillors, I'll certainly support a deferral, but nothing I've seen to date would give me any confidence that, well, I'll draw that. The battle, unfortunately, has been lost. The best we can do is take a moral stand. That is the best thing we can do for our residents and say this process has been unfair, unjust, and it's been driven by an illegitimate process from the state government. And so we should not give it the one thing that they want from us, our authenticity of our council. I'm not going to be a part of it. I don't think as a matter of public interest that is something that we as a council should be doing when our community, through us, has been treated so appallingly by the state government on this proposal.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Councillor Roberts.
I cannot be supporting this motion as amended for deferral on two grounds. This process has been going since 2015. It's time to move forward. There is therefore no need to defer this. It has been going on long enough. And the second one is the clear and present danger to our city and also to the residents of West Ward of three developments currently in the court that would potentially win their appeal because we did not publish a DCP and they did not put any weight on that DCP, which would result in a 19-storey building, an 18-storey building with 400 units, a 19-storey building with 564 units that have been refused by this council. It's been taken to the court on the basis there's no DCP in this council. So they're the two reasons I will not be supporting deferral. The consultation process has been going on since 2015. It started with a competition. The LEP went through the long process. Now the DCP has been through a comprehensive process. There were 174 submissions that were received. Now we have the DCP for us tonight as a result of that legitimate process that's been going on for 5 years. And I commend council staff for their process. I commend the staff for their process. They're going through this legitimate process of formalising the development future for West Ward, which is what we needed to do. Otherwise, there were spot rezonings happening, councillors. There were spot rezonings. And the reason they were refused was because we said we were changing the strategic future of that area and we were doing the process. And now you want to stop it. Some councillors want to stop it at the last hurdle, for seemingly based political reasons only. Those councillors should feel ashamed of themselves. So they're the reasons I will not be supporting this, and I'll foreshadow that I'll be moving the business paper as published.
Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, when President Kennedy, we just celebrated man going to the moon and returning. In his speech he said, we do this and other things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. And I tell you, this K2K has been quite a challenge for this council. When I became the mayor and I was asked my vision for the city, I pointed out two suburbs that needed a little bit of rejuvenation, a renaissance, a rebirth, and that was La Perouse and the museum, which is now coming to fruition, and the other was Kingsford and Kensington. These two suburbs, in particular Kingsford, were tired and aging. They needed change. They needed renaissance. We voted to have an international competition with a prize of $300,000 for an architect and others to come up with a plan so that we could build these suburbs up. Now, they did come up with a plan. And I think I was the mayor at the time, but Mr. Brownlee, who was the general manager, said, Councillor Matson has
championed this cause, he would be the right person to hand over the $300 prize. And I said, yes, sir, I agree with you. And Councillor Matson did that. Now, the fact is that, you know, it's like the game of football, the grand final we had on the weekend. Now, I don't follow football that closely, but when that penalty try was given, I said to my partner, now, he wasn't playing at the ball. He just slid and he kicked the ball out, and that's it. It shouldn't be a try. But the rules were in place. It's all about rules. It's all about structure. It's all about making it easier for the officials to make a decision. Mr. Mayor, if you remember, that was a penalty try. That was 6 points. The final score was 26-20. Think how different the game would have been if those 6 points weren't given. It wasn't the referee or anyone else. It was the rules. What is being proposed by the council, the officers and the directors, etc., of this council, it's not policy on the run as being advocated by others. This is hours, weeks, months, years of research, years of consultation. We have come up with a plan. You know, our job as councillors is to create a seawall to protect our residents. And that's what we're doing here. We are protecting our residents. My father taught me one thing. I heard the word leadership come up. He said, son, remember, you must always do what is right rather than what is popular. Those words today reverberate in my ear. So this is our time. We made a decision to have a competition. We made a decision to have a plan, and we are now making a decision to implement the plan. And just to reiterate we've had 3 cases that have come before the Land and Environment Court. And what has saved the residents and the council is that we have structures, rules in place. It was easier for the adjudicators to make a decision. Okay, they're going to go to appeals. Good. But in having a set of rules, we not only show support for our officers and our council, but we are putting protections in place for our residents. So let's look outside the square here. Let's do the right thing. Let's do what's right, rather which may be perceived by some small-minded councillors as what is popular. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. If there's any further speakers, then I will.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, what we've heard here tonight is from many councillors and staff is the critical importance of the DCP when going to court. Council voted on the K2K planning proposal in December 2019. December 2019. Now, COVID hit us in March, and on the 28th of April, the state government announced the first tranche of their fast-track accelerated developments. And we've had 5 or 6 since then. If the DCP was so important, why did it not come? Why has it taken so long to get to council? This is not playing politics. This is a community who are getting massive high-rise on their backyard. Some of us have fought tooth and nail. Last year we had the local strategic planning statements come to council 2 weeks before they were due in the planning department. 2 weeks. Every time and again we get these critically important reports on the business papers at the 11th hour. There's no time for the community to look at them. There's no time for a proper debate. We're told if we don't vote for it, it's going to be the end of the world. But I am telling you, if the DCP was so important, and I believe it is, why has it taken so long? I rarely raise my voice in this council, but I am genuinely upset about this. Why has it taken so long? Every councillor here is now having to make a really critical ethical decision. None of us, in all honesty, know which is the right way to go. We're taking someone's word and we don't know the right decision. No council, okay, I will retract that. However, I personally feel myself that I do not have the information to make the correct decision. No councillor should be left in that position. No councillor should come to a council meeting and not feel confident in the information they've received to make a decision that affects their community. Now, we know that there's a new transport study on the table. There's a heavy rail line that's going to be coming through Randwick, Maroubra Junction, Malabar, Little Bay, and maybe even as far as La Perouse. Next year, we're going to be voting on a DCP for the entire LGA. Now, if we don't get this right, it is going to be a disaster. You all don't worry, it's happening. You don't care because it's just West Ward. But it's going to be coming to Central Ward. It's going to be coming to South Ward. I apologise, I will retract it. But please, listen, please think carefully. Please think carefully. I have had dozens of residents get in touch with me. Many of them have identified things that I didn't pick up. There are many changes to this. I don't know how carefully you've all had everyone's busy. We've had literally probably 2,000 pages of reports. We should not be voting on this important stuff. As one resident pointed out to me, once these buildings go up, they are there for 50, maybe 100 years. Once those buildings are there, they might be there for 10. They're not just there for 2 or 5 or 10 years. They could be there for 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, who knows. Yet we're expected to make this decision tonight when nobody has really had time. When, in all honesty, if the DCP was so important, it should have come to council months ago. And then we could have had time. If we wanted to defer it, it wouldn't have been such a big issue. We could have had time to really go through it when we didn't have thousands of pages to read in like 5 days. So I ask you to support the deferral, really consider the issues. I know I'm being accused by a number of councillors of political grandstanding. If I wanted to make political capital, I could have answered all of those residents and saved myself hours and hours and hours of time. My son was doing a HSC exam yesterday and I have spent my whole fucking weekend reading.
Councillor Beach, for one thing you can't swear and the second thing is 5 minutes, so thank you and I'll put it. Please, Councillor Beach, sit down please. You've gone past the 5 minutes. So councillors, remember we're voting on the motion which is to... I'll allow one question.
To the Director, City Services, Mr. Kyriakou. We've heard a lot about the reasons for the urgency of this, but isn't the reason, is it fair enough, is this a fair statement? The reason for the urgency is because the developers have lodged applications with the court, and if the developers had not taken that action, we would not have this urgent situation upon us. Is that a fair statement?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, the court timetable is a factor in council determining what position it has on those particular applications. But I will say, Mr. Mayor, that said that this process began 4 years ago, and there needs to be decisions made so that there can be some certainty around what can be developed and can't be developed on individual owners' lands that may be seeking to do that, but also to provide some certainty for the community in terms of what is expected from these developments.
Councillors, so I'll put it, and can I just remind everyone, if there's another instance of swearing, I'll have to remove you from the room. So we're debating now the motion, which is to defer the report for 28 days. So, yeah, so straight to the division. So remember, if you're voting in favour, you're voting for delaying it. So we'll go to division. All those in favour of delaying the motion? Councillor Veitch, Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Bowen. All those against? Councillor Shuri, Councillor Matson, Roberts, De Rocha, De Souza, and the Mayor, which I think is 6 all, if I took a good guess. Is that right, Mr. Kelly? So unfortunately, it'd have to be the Mayor is deciding vote, so I'm voting against. So I declare the motion lost, and you foreshadowed, yeah.
Yeah, so could I move?
Yeah, Councillor Veitch foreshadowed when she put the motion up, and then we'll go back to the next foreshadow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to move the report in an amended fashion. I have sent those amendments through to Mr. Kelly.
Sorry, Councillor Veach, I've just realised the mic's not on.
You're joking, do I have to do it again?
It's totally fine, it's just for the recording.
There'll be, at the moment, there's 20% studios, 20% three-bedroom or more apartments, and then there's 60% that are unspecified. From the way we're going in the current DAs, they're all going to be studios. So if we ask for at least 50% to be, you know, apartments that couples or families can live in, you know, that will be some start. Now, transport, traffic, parking and access. Now, all what I'm asking here and all the community is asking for is what's in the affordable housing SEP. So we should, at the moment, there is provision for 0 parking in the student accommodation, 0. In the affordable housing SEP, it's 0.5 per room. And increase the student accommodation and boarding house bicycle passing to 1 per 5 boarding rooms, as per the SEP. For some reason, it's been reduced. It's even less. We're supposed to be promoting active transport, but we've got even less provisions for bicycle parking than in the SEP. And it's been pointed out to me that, that the supermarket minimum 1 per 40 is the same, 1 per 125 metres squared, so, or 2.5 per 100 metres. So I'm happy to, remove the provision around supermarket because it's the same. We have made a commitment, or we are looking at reducing greenhouse gas in our community, significant reductions of 60% within the next 10 years. It would be incredible if we could specify that there was no gas infrastructure in these new developments. That would go a long way to reducing, you know, other things we need to do to try and reduce greenhouse emissions. So I hope that's clear. I have sent it up beforehand. Admittedly, it was a little bit late, but seriously consider about the landscaping, the block controls and so on. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Matson. If you didn't hear that. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Matson?
Yes. Look, this is why I felt it was very important not to defer the DCP. It gives us ammunition to move and put into place some defences, for example, for the Kensington School. I'll just ask a quick question through you to the Director in relation to the proposed amendment to make the laneway down the western side of the school a uniform 9 metres. My hazy memory is that the Bowral Road end of the laneway is 9 metres setback from the school, but on the Todman end it's only 6. Is that correct?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that is correct, yes.
Look, I've looked at some of the other amendments with Councillor Veach prior to the meeting. I understand her reasoning for it. Can I just ask another question to the Director in reference to the proposed fixing of the mixture of 2-bedroom and 3 bedrooms at 50%? What are the ramifications and what was the reasoning behind the previous position of the planners, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I can understand the amendment in respect to the housing mix correctly, it's nominating more than 2 bedrooms to be 50%, but the current DCP mix provides for 20% studios 1 bedroom, 20% 3 or more bedrooms, which leaves 60% to be 2 bedrooms. So in effect, I think you would be achieving less of a 2 to 4 bedroom size apartments. I'd also point out that this housing mix in relation to it is to residential flat building, shop top housing for apartments. It just obviously wouldn't apply to developments for boarding houses, which are under the state affordable rental set.
Further question. Well, that clears up some confusion I had. So as I'm understanding, with the present proposal, there's a possibility, there is a measure of 60% for 2 bedrooms. Can we clarify that with some appropriate wordages when in the DCP? Because I genuinely didn't realise that when I looked at the provision. It just talked about 20% of 1 bedroom and 20% of 3 to 4, I think, but I didn't realise that the remaining 60 could be, was to be applied to 2 bedrooms. Is that sensible?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, if council so wishes, we could define the 2 bedrooms within that particular provision.
Mr Mayor, can I advise Councillor Veitch that I will withdraw my support for that particular suggested change, which set a figure of 50% for 2 or 3. Can you accept that, Councillor Veitch? No, Councillor. I'm asking you to help me here support you with your amendment. Can you agree to drop that particular reference to 50%? Well, as I understand it from the... to leave it as it is, because my understanding from what the Director has just told us is we will have a provision of up to 20% for 1 bedrooms, 20% for 3 or 4, but the remaining 60% will be for 2 bedrooms, which to my mind doesn't equate with student housing. So I'm much more comfortable now after hearing the Director's explanation. If you don't agree to it, I'm going to find it difficult to support the rest of the amendments.
Yep, go ahead.
Look, I'm on page 102 of the DCP, 102, which is housing mix. And it says the critical sections of B and C. At B it says at least 20% of the total number of dwellings within a development are to be self-contained studios or 1 bedroom, and at least 20% of the total number of dwellings within a development are to be 3 or more bedroom dwellings. So then what the story is, we've got that sort of 60% which hasn't been specified. Now, at the moment we have over 2,000 boarding rooms. So it just, I think that gives a pretty good indication. Well, I'll ask it, does the fact that we have applications for more than 2,000 student accommodation or boarding rooms give us sort of a sense of the direction that that 60% is going to be mopped up with individual studios, meaning that it'd be like 80% would be studios and we're only left with 20% as apartments. That's my reading, but if someone could explain.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This section of the DCP on housing mix is specifically applying to shop-top housing, residential flat building development, so it's apartment-style development. As I said before, an application for a boarding house, albeit one that's proposing student accommodation, there are maximum sizes for dwellings, and they are dwellings which are of a type that are small student accommodation style with up to 12 square metres or 16 square metres or so internal area. So they're bound by those sort of requirements. These provisions are for the apartment style developments. These are the developments that provide apartments of varying sizes and typology, either 1 bedroom, a studio, or a 2 bedroom, or a 3 bedroom apartment or greater. So these are only applicable to those types of development. This will not affect in any way the requirements under the SEP Affordable Rental Housing, which sets the requirements, and they have to be smaller dwellings, boarding rooms.
Thank you. So would you perhaps be able to point out where we could include provisions for the other dwellings that are the other developments to make sure that there is a good mix of housing? I'm just asking a question because I will accept an amendment if there is somewhere else where I can look to including sufficient provisions for multi-bedroom apartments somewhere else in the DCP.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Fortunately, Councillor, that's not possible because, as I said, the SEP affordable rental housing sets the requirements for that type of development. And if it's a boarding house, then the nature of those dwellings are smaller dwellings, and they have to comply with the maximum requirements, which is, as I said, is the internal area of either 12 or 16 square metres, depending on whether their occupants are 1 or 2 people. So that's the state policy, and council can't impact on that.
Well, look, I'm going to put an amendment which might make it a little bit easier, which is that we consider each of these points as a separate amendment, and then they can be voted on separately.
Yeah, I'd support that.
Councillor Stavrinos, was that your amendment, by the way? Can you... Is it exactly the same, so that you don't need to change wording? Okay.
Can I ask a question? If we do it like that, does every point have to have a seconder?
Put that to the GM.
Through Mr Mayor, yes.
Councillor Matson, you're the seconder for all the points. Yes? Okay. Councillor Parker?
I was only going to suggest that, so that's fine.
Councillor Roberts? I'm just going through a list. Did you have your hand up?
I suppose I'll wait for each individual point.
Okay. So, councillors, do you think we should debate every point, or should we just vote on as a collective?
Collective.
I would prefer to vote on a collective. Thank you, Councillor Stavrinos. And Councillor Veitch, that's okay with yourself? But a quick...
Yeah, question to the mover. I note that a speaker suggested some amendments. I won't be supporting this, so I'm not going to formally move them, but there was a speaker suggesting some amendments that were distributed, and I was just inquiring whether the amendments that are proposed include those amendments. I think it was in relation to Block 5.
Which I assume is Mr Garethy's amendment?
Yeah, that's it. That's the one. I'm not moving them because I'm not supporting. I'll be voting against all this. But as a courtesy, I thought perhaps I was just inquiring whether that was included.
Councillor Stavrinos, will you be long because I was about to vote? No, but we're probably about to put it. Debate, councillors, as I said, we'll put it as a collective, as the amendments are shown.
Sorry, Mr Mayor. No, we're going in seriatim, so we're going one by one by one. Yeah.
The consensus was to vote on the collective.
No, Mr Mayor, to be crystal clear, the mover of the amendments said that we were going to go through each one individually. In the event that that is not done, I foreshadow moving each amendment individually.
I can only read it from up there, so...
I clearly asked that, no offence.
But as a collective, and I thought everyone said yes, that's good.
No offence, but I did request that I did put up an amendment that we move each item individually. It was seconded by Councillor Matson, I believe, for the purposes of debate. So I'm hoping we can just vote now very quickly as to whether there's an agreement to vote on these amendments separately.
Second. Separately or one at a time? Let's go. So the first one. Yep. So, number 22, sustainability, DCP, speak against it.
How do you know I'm speaking against this, guys? I am speaking against this amendment. You know, I just... Is this the one where no gas stoves? Yeah, like outrageous. Like, are you kidding me? This is just a typical amendment put forward by an extreme Greens councillor trying to impose their worldview on what the considered results and the considered opinions are of an impartial planning department of council. So, councillors, just ask you to think about that. And I foreshadow that I will be supporting the business paper as published. And with that in mind, that has taken into account all the considerations that has been brought on board. Whole careers have thought about unintended consequences of certain things that might be in all this list of amendments, and they've thought about those consequences, and they've ameliorated them. So that there's a big case to not support these amendments. Let the DCP through. That has been studied and workshopped, gone through the submissions, come out with a final product, and remembering that we can always amend it later when we see how it goes, and then we could work on it after that. But I am deeply concerned about the unintended consequences of these proposed amendments by the extreme Greens councillor over there who couldn't stop swearing just half an hour ago.
Councillor Roberts, okay, thank you.
Firstly, Mr Mayor, I want to congratulate you on the leadership you showed and the support with your vote you gave your staff. Now, you know, sometimes hypocrisy occurs in this chamber. We have a councillor who says, we're being forced to make decisions and we just saw all this stuff not so long ago. You know, and yet we now have to make decisions. What's happening now? We're making policy on the run. We've got all these amendments. I haven't had a chance to study them. I don't know about this air quality stuff and this sustainability stuff. I have my own ideas on it. But to ask me to vote on something that will change quite a lot of the DCP as we know it in its purity is wrong. You know, okay, I don't get my way, so I'm not going to run away and take my ball and play somewhere else, but I'm going to go to the back door and change things to get an outcome that suits me and my political group. The DCP is clear. It makes it clear. As Councillor Bowen says, the only thing I would entertain is this opportunity on this paper, which offers us a chance about getting some idea about flexibility and the application controls for Block 5. Now, this is an important decision to be made, but the rest of this, I don't know. I think it's policy on the run. And I think what it does do, Mr Mayor and councillors, it continues to dilute a very good DCP that took a lot of time to consolidate. We put it out to the public, we've had consultation. Yes, it's taken 4 years. 4 years. Now, if we can't make a decision after 4 years and we still keep trying to chip away at it, you know, we started with a marble block. We ended up with a statue of David. We're quite happy with what we've got. But now we've got someone saying, oh no, let's chip away some more. Well, keep chipping away, you're going to end up with nothing more than not a marble block, but a piece of marble which has no meaning. The DCP has meaning. The DCC sets out a plan. Our officers, our directors have spent a lot of time. Our community was consulted. Let's move forward. This is nothing more than a backdoor way of getting change, which we haven't had a chance to actually understand or even study. I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Matson.
I'll be brief. Look, the Greens do believe that there is climate change emergency. We do have to cut back the use of fossil fuels. It's up to you, councillors, whether you support this specific point or not, but let's move on.
Okay, so I'll put it, excuse me, put it, councillors. So we're voting on item number 22, sustainability. All those in favour, say aye. Those against? I'm going to have to see hands because it was very lacklustre. Councillor Veach, so you're voting in favour now. So Councillor Veach, Councillor Shuri and Councillor Matt. Oh, but I think it'll lose. I'm going to continue. I won't wait for Stouts to convene us. All those against? Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Roberts, Councillor DeRocha, Councillor D'Souza and myself, so I declare that lost. So now we move on to number 34, air quality. Yeah, we just have to wait till it comes up.
Sorry, that's probably, yeah, that's just to actually just retain the new version. The new version. It wasn't in. It wasn't
no
actually.
changes.
It wasn't in the original version.
So there's no changes to the DCP? Retaining?
It's retaining the. It's an additional. It's an additional provision in the version on the business papers that was not exhibited, but I'm happy to keep it. So. Because what I probably need to make clear, sorry if it's okay, what I need to make clear, now that we're actually voting on things bit by bit, is that the overall intention is to retain, and that was in there somewhere, retain the original version as exhibited because of the significant changes. So that is really the overarching intent, and I'm sure it was there if you scroll up a little bit. So now that we've gone past the sustainability, we're about to go to air quality, and that is retain that. But after that is retain. This is why I wanted to go to a deferral, in all honesty, because it is very hard for people to make decisions on the run when you don't have enough time. So keeping the new provisions for air quality, and then everything else is the same as in the exhibited version, but with some minor changes. Well, they're not minor. So yes, the air quality is to keep, and I assume you've all read it. It's point 34, I think, air quality. So it's all this new stuff here on the last page of the DCP.
Councillor Roberts. Yeah, do we have to name it up, each one by one? Yep, as in councillors. We had a division, so that we'll have to come up, as Councillor Roberts has suggested. Yeah, I was going to say, but do we have to do one for each one now that we're doing it? We did have a division. I hope everyone's got their sleeping bags ready. Yes, Councillor Matson. Yeah, the three Green councillors.
My position on this one is simply to retain the wording assuring the Kensington School of a 9-metre wide laneway down the west. The rest of it I don't agree with.
Is that, is that about the air quality? Is that what we're voting on now?
I'm not sure what the air quality actually refers to, but as I understand it, the amendment reverts back to much of the original exhibition document without many of the changes that we put into place. And it does suggest an immediate, a specific adoption to help the school by making the part 9-metre wide, part 6-metre wide laneway down the west side a uniform 9 metres. I would suggest, Councillor, that that's the only bit of it you should be fighting to retain at this point.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just cut in for 1 second? So we're actually voting on, I just want to make this clear, so we haven't got to point 10 yet because we're actually on the retain all provisions as detailed. So we're actually, that's another motion, am I correct? So there should be a title in there where it says retain all provisions as detailed in the original DCP is a motion. Which comes under the air quality. So we haven't got to point 10 yet.
Through you, Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Parker.
could I just clarify with the move of this particular amendment that the intention of this amendment is to retain the exhibited DCP with the exception of the air quality inclusion, which is new?
That is correct, but then there are some slight changes to the other points, and they are worth going through because these are all the points that have been raised by many of the people who have taken the time out of their lives to come to.
Other points will be new motions. We're just still on this one with the air quality. So as it is there, I'm just going to put it. So all those in favour of, which is now the motion is retention of the air quality, retain all other provisions as detailed in the original version of the DCP as publicly exhibited. So is that another one underneath? Okay, so I'll put the air quality one. So all those in favour of whatever, I'm lost. But anyway, all those in favour say aye. All those against? No. I'll have to call a division once again. All those in favour? What, councillors, can you just vote, please? Just put your hand up. All those in favour say aye. Or put your hand up, sorry. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Veach, Councillor Matson. All those against, or Councillor Luxford. All those against? Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor can people please vote? I have no idea either. Just put your hand up, either you're for. So, all those against, please raise your right hand. Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Parker, Councillor Roberts, you have De Rocha, De Souza and the Mayor. 1, 2, 3, 6. I'm deciding vote, so I declare that lost. So now we move on to motion. Councillor Shuri, now we're moving on to the next one.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor De Rocha. Councillor Rocha, can we please move on, Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify something? I'd just like to clarify something. Sorry.
Councillor Bowen.
I just noticed that, oh yeah.
Councillor Veach, I'm trying to listen to Councillor Bowen, please.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, I'm abstaining on all of this. I know that's recorded as a vote against, but perhaps if it could be noted, because I noticed in the score sheet or whatever, it does have provision for abstaining, but I'm aware that if I abstain, it's recorded as a vote against, but I would appreciate if it was noted in the minutes that I'm abstaining on this vote.
So can we have the next one, please? So we're up to number 10, thanks. The block controls.
Yeah. Just to explain again, largely what I have said is that, I mean, I don't support the K to K, but in response to emails and phone calls and meetings, we've identified some issues in the new DCP, many, many issues. These are the issues that are in the new DCP. If you just permit me to just reiterate, this is just for everyone's clarity, I'm not grandstanding it, just to explain. The new DCP has made significant changes to the tower forms. There's now a 10% allowable variation on the floor plate. They can make it 10% bigger. They're already really big and they're going to be 10% bigger. There's decreased building setbacks. These are going to really, this decrease in the setbacks will really have a bad impact on people who live next to those. Then there's really, as the speaker, Ms. Kayal, noted in her talk, that there's now a huge amount of flexibility in the stepped block controls. So in some areas, you know, they step down to 2 metres, but now they might be 2 stories, but they might now be 9 stories. They're really big changes. They sound like not much, but if you're living next to them, it's a big change. There's a lot of changes to the signage and advertising. So we're up to point 10 now. So again, so everything is to be kept as in the original version as exhibited, which everyone was happy with. No one objected to anything the first time around. It's been to a vote and no one put up any amendments. No one was unhappy with it at the time. These aren't radical. This one here, number 10, is so that we're voting to retain all other provisions as detailed in the original version of the DCP as publicly exhibited, other than the block controls to 28B and 28C. This is next to the school. This is really important. The school has asked for this. School infrastructure has asked for it. It's a mix of, it's a laneway behind the school that separates it from the development. Part of it is 9 metres and part of it is 6 metres. So they have said, can we keep the whole thing 9 metres? This will allow them to plant some trees. If it's 9 metres along, it means the school has been very concerned about privacy in the PNC. If it's kept at if we have it at 9 metres all along, they can plant some trees and get a bit of privacy.
Yes, Councillor Matson.
Is the motion now before us the one that reads, Veach Matson retain all other provisions as detailed in original version of DCP as public exhibited, full stop? Is that simply the motion before us? No, I'm asking the Mayor. The General Manager then.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just to ensure clarification of what Council is voting on, can I suggest that for the minute taker, if you could include the sentence retain all other provisions as detailed in the original version of the DCP as publicly exhibited and for each of the dot points, because each of the dot points follows the retention of the original version of the DCP.
I'm just trying to clarify because it's difficult to explain on the floor. We have 2 versions, okay? We have the version that was exhibited and then we have, which everyone was fine with. No one had, other than us who voted against it, everyone voted for it.
Point of order, Councillor Veach. The Luxford seconded.
I'm just trying to, because I understand it's confusing. I'm asking that we now largely adopt the DCP as placed on public exhibition, which is the DCP that people had a chance to read, with the exception of these individual changes which I've noted. So,
Councillor Luxford is seconded. Do you want to speak on it? Can I just, sorry, Mr. Matter, can I just ask to the Director of City Services, does any of this change the height limits in the original DCP or the new DCP? City planning, what do I? Sorry, I just thought you've been too quiet. You've had it easy tonight. Sorry, Kerry. Can everyone please listen to the Director? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on the amendment that reverts back to the original DCP, I would note there are some provisions in there that council officers have introduced to ensure that controls such as the number of stories are given greater effect through having clear objectives. And I note that part of the issues that we've encountered through the development applications that have been lodged are where they are seeking an additional story, and that has the issue of identifying more floor space and providing that within a larger building mass than perhaps would be necessary. So there are elements of the DCP which do work towards strengthening some of the controls that were in there and provided for originally.
Councillor Matson.
Respect, Mr. Mayor. My understanding was that we would be going through this proposal point by point, bullet point by bullet point. The advice from the General Manager now seems to be that we're going to adopt all those bullet points in one motion under that one that reads retain all other provisions as detailed. I can't support that because, as the Director has just pointed out, we're going to lose all the work the staff have put in ascertaining from the consultation process what the feedback of the community is. So I really, simply for that, I can't support retain all other provisions as detailed, except for those. That's not logical to me.
suggest that we do vote for these all in one go. I will remove the reference to the housing mix because it obviously doesn't apply. So I'll remove point 11, unfortunately. It doesn't apply to all of the developments. It only applies to very specific developments. So I move that we vote on the DCP as originally exhibited, with the exceptions of allowing a 9-metre laneway. We increase student accommodation just in line with the SEP and the parking, that the bicycle parking is in line with the SEP. Remove the supermarket minimum. And then if you scroll down, there should have been a couple more, I think. Where's the landscaping one? Where's the bits of... There should have been a whole bunch of provisions relating to the landscaping there. Did they get accidentally deleted? No, that's the wrong one.
To speak while we're waiting, Councillor Roberts, you might as well. And I'll come back to Councillor Beach.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I can't support this amendment or motion. The way I understand it is the council is proposing that we pass the DCP that was the draft DCP that went on public exhibition, including some of these changes. So that doesn't make sense to me at all. I don't understand. The whole point is you put on a draft DCP to public exhibition, you get feedback, and we had 174 submissions. So the council is proposing that we just snub our nose at the community, snub our nose at community consultation? Like, am I misunderstanding something here? So are we turning our much fought for and time-honoured processes of community consultation on its head? Maybe I'm missing something here, but the councillor is proposing that we make our DCP, the draft DCP that went up to public exhibition, that has since been received 174 submissions. The council staff then went to work and they nuanced, amended, improved, workshopped and sharpened the DCP to make it the best that it can be, and that is what is up here tonight. So if we want to set a precedent where we don't respect consultation and we don't want to do consultation, and we just do things the way the Greens councillors thinks we should do things, or one particular Greens councillor, then support the amendment. Otherwise, I recommend not supporting it, and I'll foreshadow that I will move the DCP as per the business paper. I'll second it.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to foreshadow an amendment in the event that this fails, that I will move point 21 alone, transport, traffic, parking, access. The 2 points, increase student accommodation minimum parking requirement to 0.5 room as per the affordable rental housing SEP, and the second bullet point, increase student accommodation boarding house bicycle parking to 1 per 5 boarding rooms as per the affordable rental housing SEP.
If I might just clarify again, the reason I've asked for the original version to be retained is because it had better landscaping provisions. The original one had 25% ground level landscaping. The new version has 10%. So I'm not asking for that as an amendment, it's what's in the original. It has deep soil planting, but the new version has no deep soil planting, no permeable surfaces. That is the reason. We're going to have a concrete jungle, as Councillor Stavrinos said, with no parking, no trees, no permeable or soft landscaping. It's going to be giant buildings with no steps, no changes to the built form. It's not going to be a very nice place, unfortunately.
And just before I put it, I'll just clarify again to the Director of City Planning, just reinforcing that a vote for the amendment or the motion as is has no significance on the heights, or will it have significance on the heights?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A vote to retain the DCP as exhibited would have an impact on additional provisions that we've included in terms of the maximum number of stories and why they are included in the DCP.
Councillor Luxford.
Question?
Go ahead.
Why not? Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director of City Planning, can I ask exactly why the landscaping, the deep soil planting, like all the nice things that would have given better amenity to the people of Kensington and for the poor long-standing downtrodden now residents that, are losing the suburb that they have. I mean, all the trees are gone along Anzac Parade. We're waiting for maybe new plantings to ever happen. We don't have much green space in Kensington. I mean, we're trying to fight for the dog park. And, I was listening to that whole argument, which ties into this, because Kensington Oval is the only green space that we have that's large, and it's mostly taken up with an oval to play cricket and football and everything else, and it has been that my whole entire life, that I've been in Kensington, and as of yesterday, that was 58 years. So thank you, in Kensington, we only have Kokoda Park. We have Fitzpatrick Park in Eastern Avenue. Can I just... no,
Councillor Luxford, you started off as a question.
Here. Thank you very much. In Virginia Street, we have Les Bridge
Luxford,
Park.
I have to listen to what the point of order is.
So I want to know why the green space amenity... I am speaking, thank you, Mr. Matson. I am. I don't care. I'm asking the question of the director. Why has the green space been taken? Why have we got less planting and less green space from the original DCP that we saw?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Something to bear in mind in terms of the purpose of this particular provision was to look at areas around the site, including around the ground plane, vertically on the roof and communal areas, and layering in certain levels of landscaping according to that. Now, our further analysis that was undertaken, when you look at the footprints that you would have for a commercial premises, this is a commercial zone, so your ground floor retail premises will accommodate quite a large part of the site. That said, there are still provisions in the DCP which require setbacks for laneways and shared areas and like, and the setback from the street edge, which we've been provided to get greater civic space. So all this DCP provision is saying is that in the areas that you have around the site, we're looking at a slightly lesser provision in terms of the extent of landscaping, but that doesn't mean there's not quality landscaping, because that's the nature of the area around the ground plane, as you would find in a commercial centre. Now, in terms of the deep soil landscaping, if you have a basement car park, and our analysis is indicating that the basement car parks effectively cover the sites because of the requirements not only for car parking but servicing and other ancillary areas required for to service these types of developments, you're not going to be able to have deep soil area. So that's where that provision has been amended. But the DCP still has provisions in there to require adequate soil depth to provide for the planting of mature trees and other quality landscaping.
Yes. So I'll put the amendment as is up there. All those in favour?
That doesn't include the landscaping then, does it?
With the landscaping, but it's just not up there. So it includes the landscape, doesn't it? Yes. It's just not on the screen, unfortunately. Yeah. So all those in favour say, oh, we'll go straight to the division that's already up there. So please raise your right hand, all those in favour. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Luxford. All those against? Councillor Shuri, Councillor Parker, Councillor Matson, Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha and Councillor De Souza and Councillor, sorry, one has abstained. So, I have to look at the numbers. So I declare that lost. So, now we go back. Sorry, no. Sir, I'll have to remove you if you keep speaking.
Look, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the amendment is just... Yeah, no, that's fine. Is the inclusion of 21 transport, traffic, parking and access, increased student accommodation minimum parking requirements to 0.5 per room as per the affordable rental housing SEP, and the second bullet to increase student accommodation boarding house bicycle parking to 1 per 5 boarding rooms as per the affordable housing rental SEP. And to be clear, this is to amend the 27 October 2020 draft DCP document, which we're discussing.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Luxford.
Just to be clear, it's October 2020.
Go ahead. Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, my argument remains unchanged. I think it's important that we don't do amendments on the run, on the fly. There could be unintended consequences. There are important and valid reasons that the decisions were made in the DCP. With that in mind, and also we remember that DCPs can be amended later, I am concerned that there will be unintended consequences. I think it's important that we support the DCP as per the business paper, and then look at it, how it develops, how it pans out, and then make changes after that once we see the data and see how it works.
Any further speakers? So we'll put it. Oh, the seconder. Yeah. Do you want to speak on it, or just?
As I understand it, this is essentially what Councillor Veitch was attempting to move in part. Oh. Point 21 from Councillor Veitch's material up there. Yes, that's good.
Councillor Shuri, Councillor Parker, Councillor Matson, and actually the Mayor, and all those against. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Dravinos, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha, and Councillor De Souza. So they clear that lost. For that one, or?
I essentially move all the changes that have been won to date, which is essentially none, I think. So essentially I move the recommendation on the paper with a simple change to item 20.E on page 117 of the DCP, which is to reinstate, as Councillor Veitch wanted, a minimum of 25% of the ground plane and share areas to be permeable soft landscaping by incorporating deep soil areas sufficient in size and dimensions to accommodate trees and planting. The change put forward by the Director after consultation was that it should be a minimum of 10. So I'm reverting back to what was the exhibited 25%.
So just to clarify, as per business paper, except for the amendment
as per all the decisions to date,
yeah.
and just that simple change to retain the 25% that of the ground plane under item 20.E on page 117, which is in the landscaping section. So I think it's 20.1.E. So essentially, as I understand, Councillor Veitch wanted to keep the 25%, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so I just asked that that be simply voted on and then...
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Parker. Any speakers? Councillor Roberts.
Yeah, my argument remains unchanged, and in response to this specific one, it has been amended in response to the submissions. There were a lot of submissions, 174 submissions, and I asked councillors to think about 10% versus 25. 10% still is a significant amount that can provide the outcome that we want, but it retains flexibility. So I sort of see what's happening here, but I just restate the previous arguments. We stick with what the recommendation is. Thank you.
Okay, so councillors, any further speakers? So I'll put it. All those in favour of Councillor Matson's... yeah, the seconder was Councillor Parker. All those in favour, raise your right hand. So Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Parker, Councillor Matson, and the Mayor. All those against, raise your right hand. Well, abstain, you're against. So all those against, raise your right hand, and then we'll count the abstained. So Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Souza, and Councillor De Rocha. And abstaining is Councillor Veach, Councillor Stavrinos, and Councillor Luxford.
Point of order, Mr.
And Councillor
Mayor.
Bowen.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Could I please clarify through you to the General Manager as to in the Code of Meeting Practice in relation to abstentions? I believe that if a councillor is inside of the room and they do not vote, it is considered as voting in the negative. Could that please be clarified?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. If a councillor remains in the room, they will be recorded as against.
Add the abstentions to the against. Which now, sorry, so now Councillor Veach has left the room. So the absents are only now Councillor Luxford will leave the room. It's up to you, Councillor Stavrinos.
Well, I did indicate that I would be abstaining, and
Yeah, I was
understood
about
it's
to
going
put
to
you
be
up for
noted
that.
in the minutes, so...
Okay. I know you so it's carried for war, so it's been carried. As per Councillor Matson's. Have we finished? Can I get clarification we've actually finished on this point? Yeah, so the amendment now becomes the motion. So all those in favour of the motion, please raise your right hand. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Parker, Councillor Matson, Councillor Roberts. Exactly, yeah, except for the amendment about the landscape. Right? No, it's a motion now because we voted on the amendment. Yes, it was. He called it an amendment because he added the landscaping to it. No, he said I'm going to count it as per business paper, including the amendment is the landscaping.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, can I just clarify what we have on the books at the moment is a motion, not an amendment. The motion that you've moved, Councillor Matson, was, if you like, an amendment to what the recommendation was in the paper, but your motion is that a motion and not an amendment.
As I understand, we do have a motion now before it. It's essentially the recommendation on the business paper, with the only change being the successful amendment of a few minutes ago relating to the 25%. Was that a successful amendment? Which was to point 21.E. All right.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it is my understanding that the motion was moved and the addition in relation to landscaping was made to the staff recommendation, which a staff recommendation isn't a motion, it's a recommendation. So by adding the landscaping, you've effectively moved a motion because there's not another motion on the table.
It's passed, so we're finished. Can I move on to the next one now? Thank you. No. Voted for the DCP and added landscaping to 25%. That's all it is.
Through you, Mr Mayor, what has been moved and passed by council is the staff recommendation plus the point E, which is reinstate 25% landscaping at item 20.1E on page 111 of the original DCP.
Excuse me, I have a question. Sorry, I have a question. Then why am I voting for it and Councillor Roberts is voting against it? What's that meaning? Yeah, but then we didn't ever go back. That's the amendment to the motion. We didn't ever go back to the...
Councillor, Mr Mayor, is there any reason why we should now not move on to another matter?
So we're moving on to CP 45.
Can I just make a point? This is very important. The original amendment that I put was for 25% landscaping at the ground level. There is currently 100%
Councillors,
landscaping
Councillor
on
Veitch,
roofs.
it is finished.
This is actually less.
Councillor Veitch, we're moving on.
Well,
CP 45/20.
you
Councillor
do move
Nelson,
on,
we are moving on.
No, Mr Mayor, no. Dowager Mayor is refusing to sit down. The Dowager Mayor... I know, but I'm the Dowager Mayor. Look in the rules for the Dowager Mayor's status, Councillor Matson. It's written in red.
CP 45/20, La Perouse Museum, public exhibition of the Clarendon Review and Upgrade Report. Councillor Veitch, I'm moving on. If you keep talking, you'll have to go.
Please, may I ask a question?
CP 45/20, La Perouse Museum, public exhibition of the Clarendon Review and Upgrade Report. Moved by Councillor Matson, seconded by Councillor De Souza. Does anyone want to speak on the matter?
Don't think so.
Okay, so all those in favour, say, raise your right hand.
Oh, well.
Okay, councillors, we'll have a 5-minute recess because now we have public talking to councillors while we're still trying to decide. Councillors, come back in 5 minutes, be back in quarter. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Beach, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Stravinos. Please take your seats. So we'll resume the meeting at 9:50. And can I just remind councillors that the meeting is being recorded. We have a full agenda and we have only our first speaker. So I'll go back to CP 45/20. Now we had a mover was Councillor Matson and the seconder was Councillor De Souza. Councillor Matson, do you wish to speak on it?
Look, as I understand it, this is a very well worked out proposal that councillors have had input in various forms, the community's had input, as I understand it from the speakers, that the community is in support of this.
Councillor De Souza, a seconder, wish to speak? Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Look, Mr Mayor, look, I will not oppose this particular motion at this time. However, I would just like to suggest that the council, either at the point when the public exhibition comes back, but prior to coming to a council meeting or potentially at a strategic workshop, but that council have an extensive discussion around our intended future use of that particular site and more substantive input into the actual document which is currently will subsequently go on public exhibition. The only reason why I would suggest this is because the proposed framework potentially sets in train quite a significant project for council with a significant capital investment, and I think it would be very prudent for council to, and in particular councillors, to have a substantive discussion in light of the fact that we have now since been briefed on the substance of this. We've then now had an opportunity to thoroughly consider the actual proposed consultants' work which we've had, and then we will have the opportunity to consider the community feedback on it. But I think it would be helpful for us to have an extensive conversation on all avenues of that particular site prior to a subsequent council meeting.
Would you like that to be put in, not as an amendment, just as an addition to the...
Look, Mr Mayor, there's no need for the conversation. All I'm saying is I think it would, suggesting that prior to the public exhibition component coming back, that it would be prudent, either at a briefing or the council's strategic workshop, for this to be an item of discussion. I don't think it needs to be included in the report.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, as council is aware, councillor briefings and strategic workshops are not decision-making forums. So if you were to pass the the motion that's on the table at the moment, then the decision would be to proceed with public exhibition, and any discussion from the briefing would then inform the meeting when the report is brought back.
Yes, I totally agree with that. It's not the intention to form a decision. It's when the subsequent decision comes up that we have an idea of where everyone is coming from.
I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that carried. CP 47/20, 1820 Stanley Street, Randwick. Oh, sorry. Yep. Okay, do I have a mover?
I would like to move a motion in another form, if I can, Mr Mayor. The motion that council object to the DA for the Emmanuel School on the basis of its adverse parking and traffic impact on the neighbouring properties.
Do you have a second? Councillor De Souza, second. Further discussion?
I'll be moving the original motion in the business paper, but I'm also proposing a slight amendment.
I don't think council has the power to refuse a development application. I think that power has been taken away from us by the state government.
But just clarify with the city, it's a recommendation, a submission.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As I understand the motion, it is to object to the development application, which would be forwarded to the Sydney Eastern City Planning Panel for their consideration.
Good, Rob.
Just to be absolutely clear, it's a silly question, but the author of this report is us? Yeah, that's what I thought. What, not the planning panel. Yep.
Well, if this motion is lost, that's been put forward by Councillor De Rocha and seconded by Councillor De Souza, I'm going to move the motion, as I said, in the business paper, and also with a very slight amendment just to clarify some wording in the recommendations that we're putting to the body that we're forwarding now. Okay, well, the amendment, I sent it to Mr Kelly, and you have to look in the business paper, but I'm forwarding, I'm telling you the key thing. The key point is that it says, it's amendment, where are we? It's under Amendment of Plans and Documentation, and that's on page 176 of your business paper, and under point B, you'll see that the second sentence says the roof detailing should avoid large gutters and bulky downpipes to obstruct view lines. So what I was putting as an amendment was that we include three words, so as not to obstruct view lines. I just think it makes it clearer. So rather than saying avoid large gutters and bulky downpipes to obstruct view lines, we put in so as not to obstruct view lines. It just makes it clearer. So it's not, we're supporting the statement that is in front of us, because as Councillor Shuri said, that unfortunately we don't have the power to refuse this application, but really the most important part of this particular development is the view lines when you're standing on Stanley Street to see the chapel in the background and another significant building that was there when it was a convent. And it's absolutely crucial that the view lines are maintained. And so that's why I'm just clarifying that particular point. And I'd rather that we didn't have to support the increase in the school size and so on and so forth, but I don't think we've got any choice in the matter, unfortunately.
So Councillor De Rocha, do you accept that?
Yes.
Yeah. So we'll take it out as amendment and we'll just put it in as point B. Any further discussion?
No, I'm foreshadowing, sorry, that I am moving the business as per the business paper, right? Which means it goes off to...
Okay, well then you can't accept it, sorry.
No, you can't accept it.
Sorry. Oh, sorry, at the start I asked you, would you just, maybe you would like to just add it to the motion, Councillor, and... Oh, sorry. No. So, do we have a seconder for the amendment, Councillor Nelson's amendment? Councillor Stravinos is the seconder. Anyone want to speak on the amendment now? The amendment. Yes.
Councillor Bowen made reference to the potential for mediation. I know that's not something we can enforce, but I'm wondering... that we can't sort of say that would support mediation? Could we add a potential point to support mediation between the school and the residents? Is that something that would be amenable to add to your... Sorry.
Update you on that. I had a chat to the parties in the break, and they were chatting, and they're going to have a... they're going to try and sort it out themselves, and if they can't, they'll come to council. And I think the lady, Ms. Webb, she said she's going to be contacting her North Ward councillors, so keep an eye out for that. Yeah. Yeah. So it seems to be in train, and if they feel they need the council's assistance, they'll approach the council.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can confirm what Bowie said, sorry, Councillor Bowen, that I spoke to Jill and to Andrew, and both of them said they're looking forward to working things out really in a positive way. So Councillor Bowen did initiate thoughts, and I think they're moving on that matter. So I don't know how it all works or how council involves itself in the process, but they are talking about working it out.
I also believe that the, as part of the consent, there is to be a working party, a constant working party with residents and the school, facilitated by council. Is that correct, Mr. Kyriakou? Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is condition 21 of the recommendation. It is a requirement that a community liaison committee be established prior to the operation of the construction, issuing of the construction certificate. And my understanding of the condition is that it's not only to be established, but it continues to operate, and that includes representatives from council, the residents and the school.
Sorry, I know it's late, but I support the amendment. And just in terms of the argument from the original movers, I note on that same page, 179, condition 22, operational transport management plan, and it specifically says in there that the travel strategy has a target that a reduction and ensure no increase in private vehicle parking and trips to the site results from the development application. And their plan must be reviewed and approved by Council's Integrated Transport Department. And only until that happens will they issue a construction certificate. So I agree the concerns are real, but I'm pretty sure they've been ameliorated.
Further discussion, I'll put it. All those in favour of the amendment? Aye. Against? I declare the amendment carried. So now the amendment becomes the motion. Councillor Nielsen, you mentioned...
Move it as per the business paper with the amendment, just clarify the wording.
So it's moved as per the business paper with the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that carried. So NM 66/20, no submission from Councillor Veitch. Resident request for timed off-leash dog walking area in Kensington Park or Oval. Do I have a seconder? Oh, sorry, Councillor Veitch. What's in that question?
I'd like to move it in a slightly amended fashion. I will remove the references to the Kensington Oval. I will also note that so I'll just get you to pop that in, remove reference to the Oval. And then on the first point where it says 200 signatures, could I note over 330 written signatures and over 290 signatures in a change.org petition. I'll maybe say just over 290 online signatures.
Councillor Luxford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's obviously been, for many years, longer than I've been on council, debates in Kensington about the merits or otherwise of establishing an off-leash dog walking area. But the fact is that there is obviously significant support, support enough to merit bringing a motion to council to look into establishing a dog off-leash walking area. We're now just looking at the park area, not the oval. And this is really a very cautious motion. It says to conduct a community consultation and then receive a report on the feasibility of just conducting a trial of a timed off-leash dog walking area. I think when there's, you know, well over 600 people in support, that this would be worth investigating. As the speakers noted, you know, strata laws now do allow people to keep dogs. We are obviously going to be having a lot of apartments, studios in the area. A lot of people in the area already have dogs, and they are simply seeking a way to walk their dogs early in the morning and in the evening, not obstructing sporting or other activities, not at a time when kids are playing there. So it would be timed, and this is just really to have consult the community more broadly, bring back a report, and then see if we can have a trial. So it's not committing council to anything at this meeting, but it is acknowledging the fact that there's well over 600 people who would like something. It seems quite reasonable, and we would get the report back, we would get the community feedback in the report, and to then make a decision in due course. So I hope you will consider the motion, support the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Luxford, a seconder.
I reserve my right to speak.
Councillor Bowen.
Look, I would like to move this in amended fashion. Sorry. Yeah. Well, I think we should. Oh, I'd say I just think we should remove the community consultation, get a report first.
Mayor, look, I can't support this motion as it is tonight, but I have an amendment that I want to put up, and I've put the amendment through to David Kelly, and the amendment is that council, as part of its open space recreational needs study, investigate the feasibility of having an off-the-leash dog park in the Kingsford or Kensington areas. Now, Mr Mayor, the reason I can't support Kensington Park is because we received an email from the resident, all three West Ward councillors, back in September. And the first thing each councillor did was forward on the email to our Director of City Services asking whether or not Kensington Park was feasible to have an off-the-leash dog park. Now, the Director came back to us, and the advice given to me by the Director was, I have provided my advice previously to the request for an off-the-leash dog park due to the public liability concern in a sporting field and a park and close access to members of the community. I do not recommend Kensington Oval and Park as a suitable location. A suited location may be considered within the LGA in the open space recreational needs study. Now, what I found interesting, Mr Mayor, also, is that in the last 12 months there have been 3 dog attacks in Kensington Park, and that concerns me because there are 2, you've got the basketball court and you've got 2 playgrounds that are outside of the actual oval. So we're not talking about the oval now, which is a separate issue altogether, because if you have dogs running along the oval, digging up holes and defecating on that surface, and then you've got people playing sport there on the weekend, then that could really cause a major public liability. But what I'm afraid of, Mr Mayor, is the fact that we're now going to have an off-the-leash dog area where there are 2 playgrounds and a basketball court in close proximity. Now, this is a recipe for a disaster. We could have a serious problem here. And I know that in the July to September quarter, someone mentioned fines, I think the Speaker mentioned fines earlier, 3 fines were issued. 3 fines were issued in the July to September quarter, but that was after warnings had already been issued, and the signage indicates there that the dogs should not be off the leash. Now, we are in the process of conducting an open space strategy, recreational needs study. This is policy on the run. This is like a spot rezoning, what we're doing here tonight. Because what you're doing is effectively saying that, all right, well, you get a petition from a resident saying you want to have a dog park here. Well, what's stopping other residents now contacting their local councillors in their wards, asking for a dog park in other parks? This is not the right way to go about it. And there's a process involved in doing this. And I'll put a question through to the Director of City Services. What is the process in establishing an off-the-leash dog area? Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, for a dog off-the-leash area to be established, the study, the open space recreation needs study would need to be completed and a report put to council with strategic approaches that would outline the feasibility of such an asset within the LGA. Following that, we would look at then the regulations of that particular off-leash area with appropriate signage and the like.
Mr. Mayor, I think it's important that we don't do this as a spot rezoning for this park to be an off-leash dog area. I think we should incorporate this as part of our open space recreational needs study. And the reason I say this, Mr. Mayor, is because this could be a public liability issue for council. I'll give you an example of what happened. 3.5 years ago, I had a resident who lived in Doncaster Avenue, who no longer lives there anymore, asking me for an off-leash dog area in Kensington Park. On my way, driving there with my wife, his dog happened to run out between 2 cars, and me and my wife narrowly avoided killing this dog. I didn't know who the resident was at that time. We had to pull over by the side of the road, and 5 minutes later, we overcame the shock of what had just happened, and the fact that, and the owner didn't say anything to me, no sorry, nothing about this dog bolting out in front of me. 5 minutes after we came back to our normality and we were overcome by the shock, I turned up to the park, and whose dog was it that had run out in front of my car? The same owner who was asking me for an off-the-leash dog park. What I'm trying to say, Mr. Mayor, is that dogs can be unpredictable. They can be unpredictable. And when you've got kids, people playing basketball, you've got your 2 playgrounds there, this could really be a serious issue for the council. We need to consider this, and putting it to a community consultation. I mean, this is just, we've got an open space needs recreational study coming to council. Why do we need to just look at this particular park? There could be other parks. I know there's a park on Gardeners Road. I'm not sure, I think it's on the corner of, I think it's Maitland and Gardeners Road, where you've got a park there next to the Housing Commission estate. There's plenty of parks around the area where maybe we can incorporate this. I don't want to narrow it down to just Kensington Park. We could, and as part of the strategy, we could look at this holistically. So I'd ask councillors to support my amendment tonight if Councillor Beach isn't prepared to support it, and go with what I'm proposing, because I don't think it's right to have it just in Kensington Park.
Just before you ask a question, Councillor De Rocha is the seconder. Mr. Kelly.
Wasn't I being asked if I would accept the amendment? I was asked if I would accept the amendment, and I'm going to propose a compromise and see if that would be acceptable. That we keep point A, and conduct a community consultation that is incorporated into the open space recreational needs study. How about that? Would that be something? So we note the resident requests. We conduct point B, conduct a community consultation, and that council, as part of the open space recreational needs study, investigate that, and the consultation would sort of be part of that final report. Would you accept that?
Do we need to have a community consultation? I don't think we do. Just incorporate it as part of the open needs recreational study and we'll go from there.
Well, look, I'll just have to keep the original one and, yeah, I'll keep the original.
Voting on we're discussing the amendment. Councillor De Rocha is the seconder. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Stavrina's amendment. I think that there are needs for dog off-leash areas, but when you've got an oval that's leased out for sport and you've got, like you said, half a basketball court and a community centre next door, what you've got to remember is that when you're watching a cricket or you're watching something in the oval or somebody's even with their kids in the playground, they're alongside the fence watching the game, watching the kids and doing whatever. I think that there are areas that are appropriate, and I think council should be the one that looks to see which park is the most appropriate for an off-leash area. I, for one, for what I do for a living, dog off-leash areas in many cases have been my own worst enemy, even though I'm a big fan of them, because socialising your dog is very important. But what we have to remember is that you're not just going to get the locals that are there. When the lady showed us all those nice pooches and everything, that was beautiful. I saw those pictures and, you know, I thought that was amazing. I had a tear in my eye. That was so cute. But what you've got to remember is there's a lot of American staffies. There's a lot of dogs now that are out there that they go for a walk for half an hour or for an hour. The people get there, they think it's an off-leash area, I'm going to let it go. And then all of a sudden you've got all these kids around an oval like that, you know, or an area like that that's really not the right place for it. I mean, a dog, a child, you know, sometimes it's not a great, it's a recipe for disaster. And most people now are so busy within themselves that dogs need to be socialised properly, but not where there's an oval. So I appreciate the fact that you took oval out, but you still had Kensington Park surrounded by the oval and the community centre and the garage, the basketball.
Councillor De Souza had his hand up before, and then Bowen, and then Roberts.
Mr. Mayor, I have a significant pecuniary interest in this. Actually, it's a very personal interest. From the age of 8, I've been traumatised by dogs. Today, I carry a scar on my face because at the age of 8, a German Shepherd decided I was going to be his dinner. My face was hanging out. Fortunately, one of my relatives was a leading plastic surgeon, and she put me together. But for years, I won't tell you my age, you can work it out, for all this time, I've had to live with that fear and scar. All because of some selfish owner deciding to leave their dog unleashed. I did nothing to provoke this attack. Nothing other than walk, do what normal children do in play. I had no relationship with that dog. I didn't provoke it. Animals work on instinct. That's the difference between human beings and animals. A human being can say yes, no, know the right and what's wrong. Animals don't know that. They don't have what we call a conscience. They do what they feel like. As we've been told, an unleashed dog, when it sees another dog, and if the other dog is benign like I was just an 8-year-old child, but this dog made its mind up to attack me. And I've seen it done to the President of the Chamber of Commerce, the story, I won't get into all that, but the thing is that his wife was walking her dog, a little chihuahua. A big dog decided, unleashed dog, to attack it. Of course, like any protective mother, she went down to protect her little dog. And what did the dog do after attacking the little chihuahua? Attack the owner, because that's what they do. What we are doing is we are creating a problem. We are doing, oh yes, we saw the pictures and we, look, any marketing person can sell a story. But the fact is, unleashed dogs in an open field, even in Kensington Park. I know I was the mayor, I opened up the Kensington Community Hall. I remember the playground adjacent to it. I remember the play areas. It is a park. A park is for everyone to use. So when you have dogs that are unleashed, What we're inviting is trouble. So let's do the right thing. Now, there's more to this if you want facts. We have 14 dog parks in Randwick City. It's not that we don't have dog parks. We have 14 dog parks, and one of them, and I hope I'm saying it right, Josh will correct me, it's called Tenerife Reserve. And that is, when I read the Randwick Council advertisement or the selling of the council, it says it's one of the best dog parks in Australia. It has the best view. So it's not that we don't have dog parks. We have many dog parks. We are, we talk about a sense of community. Well, that's what we do in Randwick City. We consult with the people. We do the right thing, but we have 14 parks. And in saying that, allowing this to move forward, okay, we took the oval out. That was another thing which I researched. Playing fields, as Councillor Stavrinos points out, are very expensive to maintain. And any hole in the ground or any feces left over is quite destructive and detrimental. It can cause a problem. You slip and you're going to take a catch, the ball hits you in the eye, you lose your eye socket. So we are treading on very dangerous ground here. This motion should definitely be voted against. And we should go, as Bowie points out, we should go to consultation, or we should think, we shouldn't make policy on the run. These are very serious issues. I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I support Councillor Stavrinos' amendment. I think it's got the right balance. As someone long association with Kensington Oval, a dog owner, and not at the moment, but in the past, and and also though through my work, I'm well aware of some of the comments that have been made, and statistically, the most vulnerable group of people for dog attack are children, but I understand the dilemma, because I know owners feel very strongly, passionately about their dogs, and they want their dogs to run free off the leash. But a dog can go to Kensington Oval now; it just has to be on a leash. That's the difference. And I've had some really unfortunate experiences there, I have to say, to the point where I think there's an issue there that owners, maybe not from the area, but owners who perhaps are not, or their dog's not well trained, or they're not experienced in training, are attracted to the oval because it's enclosed, and so an untamed dog, if it runs off, won't run away because it's contained. But I can think of a couple of examples, and yes, there is organised sport there in the winter and the summer, but on the weekend, when I was a kid growing up, there was a touch football game at Kensington Oval that I believe lasted for over 30 years. And there's all sorts of social soccer and football, and when in the winter, when the goalposts are up, you go there on a Sunday afternoon, you'll see lots of people practicing their goal kicking and stuff. But I had a really unfortunate experience there a few months ago with my kids, and I was with another friend of mine, and I said to the boys, go practice your goal kicking on the oval, and this greyhound chased them off the oval, and they were absolutely terrified. So I went up and I said to the owner, I said, excuse me, your dog has to be on a lead. This guy wanted to fight me, all upset, angry. I understand most people are responsible, but you have to cater for all. And in the end, sorry, I might add, we had to leave. We had to leave the park. I couldn't take my kids to kick a football in the local park because of an irresponsible person who just didn't care and had a dog he could not control. It wasn't the dog's fault. And then when I reminded him that his dog had to be on a lead, wasn't saying couldn't come to the park, just has to be on a lead, suddenly I'm in a confrontation with some guy. And I thought, you know what, this isn't working. And so I support the motion, and I support an off-the-leash area, but I think we need to be very careful about having a community consultation about Kensington Oval, because I guarantee you, if we all went down there tomorrow morning, you will see dozens and dozens of people with their dogs running off leads in the park all through the day. And it's not feasible for the council to police it. A great proportion of those dogs will be under control, but some won't. And some of those dogs are dangerous. And then what do? you end up in conflict with people who feel so strongly about it. So I think that's the right idea. I'm open to the idea of being there being an off-the-leash area. I know we've got that at Snake Park. Perhaps at Kensington that could work, a similar format off the oval. But we need to be very careful with this because what you're talking about there is actually what's occurring. And so, you know, in a practical sense. So I think Councillor Stavrinos' amendment is the way to go.
Councillor Robert.
I'm supporting Councillor Veitch on this one. I see the amendment from Councillor Stavrinos, and the amendment is fine as well, but it doesn't really address the issue. And the question is, you know, is there a driving issue that right now in this area, and is a lot of our community, a lot of our residents are having problems with? And I agree with that. There's a petition there. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people have signed the petition. And I just would like to remind councillors the wording is actually very benign, and all the comments tonight are painting a picture that doesn't reflect the wording of the motion, doesn't reflect the proposition at all. And the important point is that nothing would be considered beyond a timed sharing process. So whenever dogs would be allowed there, it would be in the early morning when the kids are having breakfast. So, you know, the risks are managed, and it's in the process of doing a community consultation, and it's in the process of bringing back a report. But the whole context is it's not going to be in the middle of Saturday on the oval. It's going to be just after dawn, probably on a weekday. You know, you can take your dog down there and take the leash off. You know, so it's completely benign, this proposition, and in fact, it's all about how do we share our community assets to the best of our ability. How do we do that? And we do things like this. There's hundreds and hundreds of residents have signed a petition. We've all you know, our voters, our constituents also include dog owners, and we need to find a balance. And the fact of the matter is, there's nothing for dog owners in Kensington, Kingsford right now, and in fact there's hardly any parks there at all, which is unfortunate. So we've got to come up with a solution, don't we? And what could that potential solution be? Maybe a timeshare on a weekday only. You know, let's find out. Let's do a community consultation. Let's have a report come back, and let's make things better for all our community.
Any further discussion? So I'm putting the amendment. So call for division. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your right hand. Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Parker, Councillor Bowen, Councillor Matson, Councillor De Rocha and Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Shuri, Councillor Veitch and Councillor Roberts. So I declare the amendment... Oh, Councillor Luxford, sorry. So I declare that lost. Sorry, one. And now it becomes the motion. So put it. So now we're voting on the motion, which was the amendment, now becomes the motion. All those in favour? Aye. I declare that carried. So NM 67/20, notice of motion from Councillor Veitch, request for support from the Australian Kurdish community for elected local government officials in Turkey. Councillor Veitch, seconded by Councillor Matson. Dylan's going out to write his report.
Thank you.
He's doing his new...
We've had a call from a community member, Ismet, who has come here. He is the co-chair of the Federation of Democratic Kurdish Associations in Australia. He's a community leader who represents the over 10,000 people, Kurdish community in this country. He's taken the time to come and speak to our meeting and to listen to some very protracted debates to hear this motion tonight, which was put up at the request of the Kurdish community via Mr Tastan. Councillors, I know there's sometimes discussion and debate about the relevance or otherwise of particular motions, whether they relate to our council and our community. But I'll remind councillors that we do have many community events and many motions and mayoral minutes that do support members of our community who don't necessarily come from Anglo-Saxon backgrounds. You know, just recently we voted to express our very deep and sincere condolences to the Lebanese community after the explosion in Beirut. That motion also called for a donation of $2,000 to an appropriate charity. And we all felt very moved by that absolutely terrible event, which was not a natural disaster. It was not a natural disaster.
Actually, Councillor Andrews, she is. Councillor Andrews, you're the one who's making it long as she's addressing it.
I'll note that we've...
Councillor Andrews, you can debate it later, but please finish. I am not ruling it out of order, and keep going. Keep going. Councillor Andrews, not going to go through it again.
We just did debate we just debated for 3.5 hours some very serious issues about local government, and Councillor Andrews, with respect, you were standing out in the corridor like every other time.
Councillor Andrews, can you please just let her finish, and then you can debate it when she's finished.
Please come and join us for debates on local government issues, Councillor. Please come and join us for local debates. I don't know, it was a 3.5-hour phone call. We'd love to know what the content of that phone call was. It was a very difficult debate with hundreds of amendments. Please come and join the debate on local issues next time. We'd love it. Thank you.
The motion.
Thank you. We've also had mayoral minutes following earthquakes in Indonesia and gave a donation. We've sent our condolences in 2019 after the terrible Christchurch tragedy. And we have also sent a letter and made a donation to the Consul General of Greece and made donations under the Mayor's Contingency Fund. We've had councillors put up motions in support of the Maltese community, in support of the Asian community, in support of the Filipino community. We celebrate Bastille Day every day. And there's people here, there's a motion tonight about one of the councillors receiving an international award. Nothing to do with Australia. So it's all about, and the reason that we get behind these motions is because we're supporting our local community members who have those very deep and strong connections, not just within the LGA. Our community does not stop at the boundaries of our ward. It does not stop at the boundaries of our LGA. Our hearts and minds and love and connection to our community extends to other council areas, to Sydney, New South Wales, Australia and beyond. Many of us here still have family members spread across the globe. Australia has made intense efforts. We have sent troops in support of democratic institutions in many other countries. Australians have sacrificed their lives in support of democracy in many countries riven with conflict across the globe. This is a fairly mild motion in support of our Kurdish brothers and sisters who are asking us to support their democratically elected mayors in Turkey. This is nothing against members of the Turkish community either here or abroad. I must emphasise that. So I'd ask councillors to consider the efforts and the requests. This was put up at a request. consider the fact that we do have motions up all the time, Merrill minutes, and I'd humbly ask for your support.
Councillor Matson, seconder.
Look, we enjoy democracy in this country, but the reality is that many other parts of the world simply don't enjoy it, don't enjoy the rights that we take for granted here, that our elected officials will not be stripped of their position and power and their ability to represent the community and put in jail. I note that point D refers to the motion passed by the European Parliament in September 2019, which condemns the decision by the Turkish authorities. Look, the representative who came before us tonight is simply appealing for our support to call for the same democratic rights in his area associated with his local mayors. That's all he's asking for. It would be a gracious thing by this council to simply support this motion.
Councillor Sisrina.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, although I share and agree with the sentiments of this motion, I can't support it tonight. Mr. Mayor, I could go on and I could talk here for at least half an hour about some of the atrocities that some of my own family members had inflicted upon them by Turkish troops during the invasion of Cyprus in 1974. Now, although I agree with the sentiments of this motion, I can't support it, Mr. Mayor, because it well and truly falls outside of the jurisdiction of local government. Mr. Mayor, our council over the last 8 months has faced some of the most adverse challenges due to the coronavirus pandemic. Our council was losing $1.1 million a month, and we had to borrow $27 million to prop up our budget. Now, I don't think it's fair, Mr. Mayor, to our council and to our staff to have to use their time and resources now to be sending off letters to the Turkish Consulate General and to the Turkish Ambassador and to Maurice Payne and to the federal members. Our staff have got more important things to do than to be dealing with this particular matter. We've got to deliver on infrastructure projects, we've got waste management, we've got the 3 Rs that we have to look after. If we can perfect the 3 Rs and we've got a utopian council where everything is perfect, then we can play the role of the European Union or the United Nations in trying to deal with these issues. But Mr. Mayor, I don't want our staff to waste their time and their resources now to be dealing with an issue that, for me, even though it's important, falls outside of the jurisdiction of our council. I don't think it's fair to our staff. And look, although I agree with the sentiments, it's not right. I can't agree to it. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I too think this is outside the scope of council, but I share the sentiment of what the councillor says. We often think about the Balfour Declaration in 1917, and the British government made a political statement that the Jews should have a home and their home should be in Palestine. That was a decision which was pivotal, that would change lives, and the state of Israel was born, Baruch Hashem. On the 14th of May 1948, by one vote, the great state of Israel was born. I was very lucky when Bibi came to Sydney, was with a group of people that met him at the Central Synagogue, and he showed us a map of the support of Israel then, and there was 10% of the world, and he showed us a map of the support of Israel today, and it's nearly 90%. Now, why am I talking about this? Because nationhood is very important to people. The young man there from Kurdistan, the Kurdish people have fought and fought for nationhood. They were offered and promised nationhood by the United States of America and other political powers if they stood up against IS and the terrorists. They did that. We had a female brigade fight tooth and nail and regain important tranches of land or whatever they say. But anyway, they did their part. They kept their share of the deal. But because Turkey is such an influential country, and so the northern part, or a little pocket of the northern part of Iraq, was supposed to be the new Kurdistan. But anyway, for political reasons and Turkey's involvement in fear, because the Kurds also live in the southern part of Turkey, they didn't want a new nation formed. And they put pressure on the Americans that that shouldn't happen. Now that's just a little history. So I agree with Councillor Stavrinos. We shouldn't create work for our stuff. This is outside the scope of this council, the same as fracking in the Northern Territories out of the scope of this council. We have to be careful. Our council, our staff work very hard. They come up with a DCP after 4 years of hard work. And what do? We try and dilute it down, we try and erode it away. We show actually lack of respect for their hard work. They are working particularly hard on all council issues. And this issue shouldn't be debated here, shouldn't be discussed there, we shouldn't ask for any report. As I said, you know, I support the concept, the sentiment, I support the formation of a nation for the Kurds, but I do not believe this is the place where it should happen. A similar type of motion was passed by the Greens, or tried to be passed by the Greens in Marrickville Council, and it was sort of brought here. They wanted to ban Israeli goods. Israeli goods, they wanted to ban it. And in doing so, they were making a statement which is beyond the capacity of this council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's all I'll say. I think I've touched the right nerve.
Councillor Andrews.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Look, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I do commend Mr. Tastan for attending tonight's meeting, and I totally agree with his sentiments. And it's unfortunate that he's caught up in the politics of his council. But, Mr. Mayor, I agree with Councillor Stavrinos. He's spot on in his speech tonight, and so is Councillor D'Souza. This motion falls outside the jurisdiction of local government, and there's no reference whatsoever to the city of Randwick. I would have thought this motion would have been ruled out of order. In my time on council, Mr. Mayor, I've seen the Mayor rule a number of matters like this out of order in the past. I think there was one where the Greens tried to move the ban of Israeli products in Randwick Council, and I think the Mayor at the time had ruled that matter out of order. But Mr. Mayor, it's interesting.
Councillor Andrews, I'll just see the point of order. Mr. Getterman.
Yes, you did. It wasn't you. It was the other rat bag.
Councillor Andrews.
It was Councillor Woodcock, I think. Anyway, Mr. Mayor, it's interesting because last night I was at the Maroubra Precinct Committee, and you know, local residents asked Councillor Parker and myself, what is going on with Randwick Council? Why is this council moving motions which have got nothing to do with local government in Randwick? And in particular, Mr. Mayor, a number of residents raised this issue. It shows you that they do read our business papers, and they raised this particular issue. And, you know, I had to, you know, advise the precinct committee, but unfortunately we have councillors around this table who, month after month, bring motions to this council that got nothing to do with local government. And our council officers, the amount of time they spend addressing these particular motions is ridiculous. Our staff should be doing other things rather than addressing issues like this. This motion should be moved by the Green Senator in Canberra, bringing to the attention of the Foreign Minister, Ms Payne, not Councillor Veitch moving this motion on behalf of her Green friends in Macquarie Street. This motion has nothing to do with Randwick, but I do agree with the sentiment of the motion, because the Kurdish people have suffered for a very long time, as have the Cypriot community, as have the Greek community, as a result of Turkey's stance. And look what's happening today in Armenia. Once again, the Turkish authorities are over there in Armenia destroying people's lives. So I agree with the sentiment, but this does not belong here tonight. I will be not supporting this because it's got nothing to do with local government.
I don't think the other councillors are coming back, so do you want to just wrap it up? Yeah. close off, yeah.
It's interesting to hear the debate. Again, people like to pick and choose. People like to say they agree with the sentiments. Even the so-called Knight of the Legion of Honour is not going to ride into the fray. He supports the sentiments. People support the sentiments, but they're not actually putting their hand up to vote is just a step too far. I would invite councillors who are really emphasising the need to debate matters of importance to our local council to simply be present here when we are debating difficult matters. This is a difficult matter. Also, local issues can be very difficult. You stay here, you take a position, you listen to the arguments, and you vote. You don't just walk out of the room for 3.5 hours. So there's plenty of opportunities for councillors to stay and debate difficult issues. And I take offence to the comment that was just made. So, apparently I do. I could have easily just not voted against the motion tonight on the DCP. That would have been the easy road. Vote against it. I will wrap up. I'm happy to support, and in fact, it's lovely to see Mr Tastan was willing to stay and listen to a debate when certain councillors weren't. Mr Tastan was here for a debate, a local debate, stayed for 3.5 hours while other councillors left the room. Couldn't even debate matters, planning matters in their own community. But Mr Tastan stayed here. He stayed for the debate. Anyway, I'll leave it at that, as councillors.
Okay, let's put it. So all those in favour of the motion, say aye. Against? Oh, Councillor Veitch's motion. Yeah. Call for a division? No. He just spoke against it. So it's the original motion, Councillor D'Souza, yeah, okay. So all those in favour, raise your right hand of the motion. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Veitch, Councillor Matson, all those against. Councillor Servinos, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor D'Souza and the Mayor. So, and you've got people who are not in the room. Mr Kelly. I declare that carried. Sorry, lost.
Can I just say one thing, though? I feel really embarrassed for the speaker, the man who is here, because I totally empathise with his position and I think he spoke really well, but unfortunately this is not the forum for it. So please don't lose heart.
Can return, we have voted.
Yeah.
Thank you to the Speaker, you're right. Thank you for waiting and your patience, and thank you very much. And good luck with all your efforts. NM 70/20, notice of motion from Councillor De Rocha, commending former Mayor of Noel D'Souza and receiving the honour of the Knight of the National Order of Legion d'Honneur. Councillor De Rocha, seconded by Councillor Servinos.
I was very, very proud to put this motion forth when the Mayor first told us what had happened to Noel and the honour that he was receiving. Straight out, I just felt so honoured that, you know, one, to know you for what you are, and two, for the incredible ride that, you know, what we've been on, me as an advocate, you as the Mayor and everything, and what the work that you've done for the museum, the work that you've done when you used to be the Mayor. I mean, we talk about, you know, whether something, you know, is related to overseas, like Councillor Veitch before. Your honour that you're getting here is for something that has happened in Australia and something that has been nurtured in Australia and something that has Australian history with the La Perouse, you know, itself. And I just want to say that I am truly honoured, you know, to have put this motion forth, and I wish you all the very best. Noel, you know, congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, it gives me, well, actually, it says Councillor Andrews up there as the seconder, but I did second it. But look, I'm happy to reserve my right to speak, because Councillor Andrews. Okay. Well, my name's up there now. Look, I'm happy to share. I share the same sentiments as Councillor De Rocha in relation to Councillor De Souza when he was the mayor, and he made a good contribution to this council. And look, he's a very honourable man, Councillor De Souza, and I don't only see him as a councillor here on this council, but I also see him as a dear friend, a bit of a father figure to myself. And I know sometimes he could get a bit emotional, and he can get a bit aggro. Deep down, he's as passionate about the community as I am. And so, look, it gives me great pleasure to second this motion, and I commend him for being recommended for this, the National Order of Legion d'Honour. And I think that award came about under the rule of Napoleon in 1804. If my memory serves me correctly, I love modern history, and I remember reading something about this when I was 18, when we were studying the French Revolution in high school. So look, it's a great honour, and I commend you, Councillor De Souza, for everything you've done for our community, and it's a great honour.
Councillor Andrews.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I too congratulate Councillor De Souza on obtaining this honour of National Order. It's one of the highest honours of the French nation, and you know, Councillor De Souza was so adamant to get the La Perouse Museum for the Randwick community, and he worked so hard, and he wasn't going to give up until it was handed over. And I congratulate Councillor De Souza on his hard work in now securing the museum for our community. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for Councillor De Souza's courage, and him always you know, nagging the General Manager of the day to hurry up and get this done, and we finally got it handed over under his mayorship. So congratulations, Councillor De Souza, and what a great honour to receive such an award.
The flatterer is seldom interrupted. Gough Whitlam. I'd just like to take a moment to congratulate former Mayor Councillor De Souza. It's a great honour, and it's a particularly fitting honour for our councillor from South Ward, with the wonderful, long-standing historical connection with France, and that story that's been handed down to us through the generations of La Perouse. And it's natural, of course, in this forum that we don't always agree on everything, but we would all agree that Councillor De Souza would be the hardest working councillor on this council. And so I'd just like to offer my congratulations on his much deserved acknowledgement for his work.
Thanks, Bowie. Mr. Mayor and councillors, I am humbled and honoured to have this prestigious knighthood in the National Order of Legion d'Honour bestowed on me by the President of the Republic, Emmanuel Macron. The Legion of Honour is the highest French order of merit for military and civil merits. As Councillor Stavrino says, it was established in 1802 by Napoleon Bonaparte. Firstly, I would like to thank the staff of this great council for all of you for making this award possible. When I was elected Mayor of Randwick in 2015, and after meeting with the French Consul General, Nicolas Crossier, I set myself and this council a major challenge. That was to sign a long lease with the state government to take over the ailing, rundown La Perouse Museum and transform it into a modern, functional museum that would celebrate French, Indigenous, and Australian culture. I have dedicated my whole life to public service and building strong bridges linking communities. That is the reason why the Republic of France has bestowed on me this knighthood. The French diaspora was searching for a home, a place to meet and to share and celebrate their culture. They also wanted a stage to tell the stories of the navigational exploits of the great explorer Jean-François de Gauloub, Comte de la Pérouse. After long, intensive and persistent negotiations, our council was able to convince the Minister, Gabriel Upton, and her department that this community asset could be better utilised by granting Randwick City Council a long lease to repair and reinvigorate this unique, historical and beautiful museum. I would like to thank my French partner, Nick Antoine, who inspired me in this project to restore this grand old museum. Her strong belief in equality and social justice influenced me and convinced me that you can build a better world for all if we embrace the French values of liberty, equality and fraternity. I must also thank Mr. Ray Brownlee, the former General Manager of this council, for his guidance and persistence to ensure a long lease could be signed between National Parks and Wildlife and Randwick City Council. I would also like to thank my executive manager at the time, Luke Fitzgerald, who inspired me by paraphrasing the words of Ted Kennedy. He said, "Mr. Mayor, some people see things as they are and ask why. Others, like you, dream things that never were and ask, why not?" I would also like to thank the present General Manager, Therese Mans, and former Mayors Shuri and Nielsen, and the present Mayor, Danny Said, for continuing to support the Friends of La Pérouse in this project to revitalise and modernise the La Pérouse Museum. It would be remiss of me if I did not thank the present Curator of the museum, Roxanne Fay, for her hard work and dedication to implement Council's vision for this museum. Roxanne has embraced the challenges the museum has presented with both arms and has inspired her team to achieve greatness. I am the son of a hard-working printer and a passionate school teacher who taught me to aim high and told me that everything was achievable. At the age of 10, I came to this country from India. My parents made a decision that would change my life and destiny. Uprooting our lives, we took what we could carry to start afresh. The decision to leave your home is never easy, even when you're opting for a chance at a better life. It's a risk. It's an economic risk, but also an emotional risk that people take when they set out to make a new life in a new country. Mum and Dad dedicated their lives looking after, nurturing and protecting their family. From them, I heard about the French values of liberty, fraternity and equality. Those values were a legacy of the age of enlightenment in France. I would like to dedicate this knighthood and honour to my parents, Walter and Laura, and my partner, Nick. I would also once again like to thank all of you, and in particular the council staff, for everything they've done to bring the La Pérouse Museum back to life, and for giving the French diaspora a home to meet and celebrate French, Indigenous and Australian culture, and our shared values of freedom, democracy and, of course, liberty, fraternity and equality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor De Souza. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I note the first Mayor who has served in this term, Councillor Shuri, has left the room. I'd like to remind councillors that only the second female Mayor in Randwick Council's history received a huge amount of abuse, was vilified at most council meetings.
Councillor Veitch, this is not the appropriate time. Please, Councillor Veitch.
I will not be supporting this.
Thank you.
For that reason.
So, councillors, I'll put it unless there's any further discussion. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. Congratulations, Councillor De Souza. So, unbelievably, at 11 o'clock, we finally move on to the mayoral minutes. So I commend Merrill Minutes MM 28/20. No, we haven't got to the motions. Yeah, we haven't got there yet, Carlos. That's probably about 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock. So, so MM 28/20, just to very quickly provide you, there's South Maroubra Surf Club was one of the first surf clubs to allow women to join within the whole nation. So they are having a function and they're trying to get the first 4 women that did join back in 1980. And I think they've got 1 to go. So they've asked for some funding just to help provide food and drinks. So we will accommodate them with $500. And also at the same time, the Royal Children's Hospital, Sydney Children's Hospital Network, because of COVID, can't have their traditional fundraising. So they have an adopt a tree. So they've asked us for 12 trees that will, and somewhere to put them, and then the family adopts it, takes a photo of where it is and watches it grow. And we've, between myself and with the, I'd like to thank Mr. Engineering, who picked the trees that would be perfectly suited, and also the position, which is at Heffron Park, just in front of the AstroTurf. And then the actual $8,500 will come out of the tree planting budget because there's quite a large one. So, so I commend those to you. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Thank you. And then Merrill Minute MM 29/20. Vale Susan Ryan, AO. As we had a minute silence last meeting, and it's been requested by numerous people that we recognise the contribution she did make to the local area, to Australia, and to lots of different areas, age and disability, females, etc. So the relevance is that we'll probably have somewhere within, we'll talk to the stakeholders, council officers, probably the member of Coogee, Councillor Bowen, if you'd like to be involved, Councillor Nielsen, especially Councillor Nielsen, who's brought this to my attention, and the Coogee Surf Club to find an appropriate place. We're not renaming or naming a place, but there will be a plaque in recognition of her contribution somewhere within Coogee, and we'll discuss it as stakeholders together. Pardon? Yeah, so it could be in that spot, but and the wording, we'd have to talk with the family, but we'll have the perfect spot and the perfect recognition. So all those in favour say aye. Thank you. So then, now we'll go to in seriatim. Oh, sorry, any urgent business? No. So now we'll go to in seriatim. So bear with me. I was just going to conclude it. So GM 10/20. Challenge. That's a Shuri. CP 40/20. CP 41/20. No challenge. CP 42/20. Yeah. Councillor Nielsen, yeah? Yeah. CP 44/20. No challenge. CP 46/20. I actually have a challenge there. I have to. Pardon? Oh, you talking about my girth, or anyway, we'll move on. CS 45/20. No challenge. CS 46/20. No challenge. CO 51/20. No challenge. CO 52/20. There was no challenge. No one put their hand up. CS 45/20, the Malabar Ocean Pool. Yeah, I said it, didn't I? CS 45/20. Okay. CS 46/20. No challenge. CO 45/20. No challenge. CO 52/20. No challenge. CO 53/20. No challenge. Can I have someone move and challenge item? Councillor Andrews, seconder. Councillor Stravinos. Moving to the challenged items, Councillor Shuri on GM 10/20. Oh, sorry. Can I just have a vote on the unchallenged items? I declare that carried. Councillor Shuri.
I just wanted to move this recommendation on the business paper, and I thought it was a great financial annual report. I always read it with great interest, and yeah, thank you, everybody.
Councillor Andrews as seconder.
Mr Mayor, I too commend the annual report that has been put to council. Can I just ask a question to the relevant council officer in respect to Land and Environment Court cost? Has that gone up or down in the last year?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It has reduced from the previous year. Hasn't reduced to the extent that we have anticipated, and that's largely because of the length of some of these court cases. But certainly there will be a demonstrated sort of reduction in this following financial year, given the engagement of the in-house legal counsel.
And what about the planning panels? They're useless, aren't they? We're better. Say yes, please. We're better than the planning panels. Are you going to answer the questions? Yes, in the affirmative, please.
No comment, Mr Mayor.
So, councillors, no more discussion. I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Declare that carried. CP 40/20. Councillor Veitch.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to commend the staff for this report. I would just like to put an amendment, because when the initial motion was put, one of the specific things it sort of requested was strategies to further activate and promote activities, outreach programs, classes and events at our local community centres and halls in consultation with local residents and hirers. Look, I know we've had a difficult year with COVID. That sort of main element of the report was kind of missing from the recommendation. It was really the crux of the motion. The resident who actually kind of had been asking for this type of thing for quite some time, she's one of the people involved in the Kensington Community Centre. She's pretty much been in isolation for 8 months. And I spoke to her, and she's not in Sydney at the moment. She doesn't have access to her computer other than on her phone, and that's not working. And I spoke to some of the other residents who were involved in that, and they did ask if I could put this up. And I have, actually I sent through the amendment, because it's not the exact same one, because I did ask that that we undertake this when it's safe to do so through to COVID. So I'm wondering, Mr Kelly, if you could find the amendment in the email, because it did make reference to the fact that if we could do this after COVID, restrictions had been eased. It's really just the same motion, but with point D. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought I must have cut and pasted the wrong one. But if you could just add a point at the beginning of that point D, once coronavirus health restrictions have been eased, that council etc., undertake the strategies. That was really the whole point of the motion. I do acknowledge that the new Community Creative and Community Connect grants will make it much more accessible, but the specific request for those residents was to see if there was just other ways, that we've got all these different centres. The point that they made, which I think is really important, is that to apply and be eligible to even apply for the Community Creative and Community Consult grants, you have to either be part of an organisation or find an organisation to auspice you. And so there's no ability for individuals or just small groups of residents who might get together to actually make those applications. They're precluded. So this was more about them being able to approach council to see if some of the council events we could hold could be held there. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, this report, I'd like to commend this report, and it really gives us an insight on how many community centres and local halls we do have in our city. And I would like maybe, we do a comparison with other local government areas in relation to how many community halls and community centres they have, because, I look at our future capital works programs, and still on our capital works programs we have earmarked more community halls and more community centres. And I think as a council we have to start thinking, do we need more community halls and local halls in our community? This report really shows us that we have an abundance of community halls in most wards in Randwick, probably except to West Ward, which only has one community facility. But there's an abundant number of community centres and halls in our community, and I think in the future as a council we really need to stop the capital works programs in respect to any future community halls and halls, because I think this report tonight clearly shows that we have a lot of community facilities in our city, and I think that we need to start looking at that list, that capital works list, which has been on the table for quite some time, and start taking ones out in light of how many community halls we have in our city.
Any further speakers?
I certainly don't agree with those last comments that were made by Councillor Andrews, in the sense of, I think that our halls are underutilised. I agree with him that we have to, I agree with Councillor Andrews that we have to be careful with undertaking more halls and so on in different areas. We have to be strategic. However, I do think we need to be more careful and more ambitious in terms of the way we encourage people to use our halls, and hopefully with this new program that we're trying to activate, that we will in fact attract more users of our halls, because I think that we make it very difficult for people to hire halls. And I do find that when I looked at the figures, regular hirers 57, I find that astoundingly low. I would have thought that regular hirers would have been much higher than that. So I think that figure in itself is an indication of how much more work we need to do in popularising our halls for people. And the more density we have and the more residents we have, the more important it becomes that we have these halls and that we use them, and we use them in a very sharing sort of way.
Further speakers?
Sorry, I know it's late. I'll support it, but I think point D is pretty redundant. I think points A, B and C speak to D, but I'm happy to support it. The bottom line is I think it's great, especially point A. We need to improve the user experience if we want to boost the numbers using it, and I'll
Okay, so I'll put it. Councillors, all those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. CP 42/20, Councillor Nielsen.
So this is Blenheim House, the renovation and refurbishment, and the recommendation being that it be managed and operated as an arts centre. And I'm just wanting to include what I think is a very important point that, and have you got it there, Mr. Kelly? Excuse me, Mr. McNiven. Mr. Kelly, my amendment, please, for Blenheim House. Basically, I'm sure all of you know that Blenheim House is the oldest house in Randwick, and it was the home of Simeon Pearce, who was the founder of the city of Randwick, or gave the suburb its name, and so on and so forth. And so basically it's just to add an additional point, which Mr. Kelly, thank you, Mr. Kelly has put up there, that we acknowledge the historic significance of Blenheim House itself and show appropriate recognition of the original owner of the house, Simeon Pearce, and his family to the city of Randwick. And so, yeah, and it's not contradicting anything that is contained in the report, and I'm looking forward very much to this project continuing on, and I'm really pleased that someone like Avril will be very much involved with this, because I think it's crucially important that we have a staff member very involved in what we are proposing to have at this at the house, the short-term and medium-term rentals and so on and so forth, and the various uses that are going to be put to the house. It's absolutely crucial that we have a staff member who is very, very involved, and I think she's absolutely fantastically suited to the role, and we know that too from the Literary Institute. So, and I might as well let you into a secret that I did actually forward this recommendation to quite a number of members of the Friends of Blenheim House, including Pamela Carsoniga, who's Greta Skarke's mother. And Pamela is a descendant of Simeon Pearce, and she forwarded it on to Greta as well. So they're very excited about this proposal. So I think it bodes well for us.
Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I'm very, very happy and proud to second this motion and acknowledge Councillor Nielsen's ongoing support and involvement in Blenheim House. It's going to be a real boon to the community to have a dedicated arts centre. It's been, you know, as the consultation report shows, there's huge demand for this, so I have no doubt that it will be really well utilised. I hope we can advertise widely, and we should see some wonderful projects. I'll just make a short comment. I won't include it as an amendment or anything, but there's one of the terrific things is that we are going to have an accessible studio as part of this. And I just think it would be good if we could refer to it as an accessible studio rather than as a disability artist studio. I think that language is probably not appropriate in this day and age. So just reference to an accessible studio I think would be terrific. But yeah, I thank staff for this report, and yeah, I'm really excited about this. It's going to be really fantastic. Thank you.
Any further speakers? So, councillors, I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. CP 46/20. The reason why I've brought that up, we've had a late inclusion as one of the activities for a request from the ATC, and that we've been approached by the Australian Turf Club seeking support for the upcoming Christmas community event. Due to COVID restrictions in July, we were unable to hold our usual Randwick Community Race Day, which is usually jointly held with the ATC. Instead, they are proposing to hold a free community Christmas celebration in the evening of Friday the 4th of December 2020. All Randwick City residents and ratepayers will receive free entry to the races, and the Christmas activities are all free, obviously subject to COVID. The ATC is looking for communications and marketing support In return, council support will be acknowledged as presenting partner, and we will also have the opportunity to provide activations on site. By supporting this event, it will be another community Christmas activation open to all residents to attend. So the resolution is to add to CP 45/20 that the council supports the ATC community Christmas event to be held on December 2020 with communications and marketing assistance.
Are you?
No, just... So I just need someone to move it. Councillor Strovinos. Councillor Andrews.
Why don't we ask them whether we can have an off-leash dog park there too?
So I have a question. I have a question. We are cancelling our council Christmas events because they're not considered COVID safe. Yet we are going to, even just to hold some Christmas carols or seniors concerts or any of those things, because they weren't considered safe. Yet why are we even considering this? It doesn't make any sense. It's going to be in our LGA. Whether it's, that marketing is hugely valuable. Every single ratepayer opens their rates notice and looks at it. And we're promoting an event when we've cancelled our own events. It just doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, I can't support this, not to mention the fact that gambling has gone through the roof during the COVID lockdown. I can't support this.
I did mention according to COVID rules, but Councillor Stavronis.
Mr Mayor, what I'll say is this. Council couldn't go ahead with a number of its events this year due to the COVID restrictions because it would have been very demanding on our staff to try and organise these events in such a short period of time, not knowing when the restrictions were going to be lifted. Now, Peter V'landys, who is the head of New South Wales Racing, as far as I'm concerned, the man is a genius when it comes to being able to organise events in a COVID-safe manner, particularly when you look at the way he organised not only racing in New South Wales, but the way he organised the NRL in getting people to the games and to the races. Now, the fact remains that this year has been very bleak for any number of residents in Randwick, not just in our city, but right across New South Wales. I can tell you, my mental health has probably suffered, along with everybody else's mental health this year as a result of the workload, the fact that we were restricted where we could go, the fact that we're not even able to go overseas, the fact that we weren't even able to go 30 or 40 kilometres down the road to visit our loved ones. This is not the time to be a Scrooge. If the ATC want to have an event and they want us to be able to celebrate, why not? Why not? We've got nothing else to celebrate. We're not having any Christmas parties. We're not having any Coogee carols. We're not having any New Year's Eve celebrations. Let the ATC have an event in a COVID-safe manner and let's allow our residents to visit an event which will be held with, I'm sure, with all the restrictions, all the safety precautions put in place, because I trust Peter V'landys as the head of Racing New South Wales, and I know he'll get it right. And I know the staff at the ATC will get it right. So I'm not about to, tell them no, we shouldn't be promoting this event. This gives our community something to look forward to. And I can tell you now, Mr Mayor, I probably will attend. I'd love to go if I can with my wife, and I'd like to go there to celebrate the end of a terrible year, 2020, a year that many of us will never forget because of what we've gone through. And I'll leave it at that.
I'll just go to Councillor Andrews, a seconder. Would you like to speak?
I agree with Councillor Veach. It's nonsensical. If we are not going ahead with our own mass events because of our concerns about COVID-19, because we think we can't ensure the safety of the community, then why are we supporting the ATC to do it? It doesn't make any sense. You're asking us, Councillor Stavronis, to have faith that this can be done. Well, I don't think we can take it on faith. You want to celebrate that the year 2020 is coming to an end, but I can tell you the COVID-19 pandemic is not coming to an end, Councillor. Councillor Veitch's concerns are very appropriate. Sorry, I think you're getting far too enthusiastic about it. This doesn't make any sense. If we can't ensure the safety of our community and we've called off events, suddenly we're throwing ourselves with great enthusiasm into this one on the simple argument, oh, it's not us organising it. Yeah, very dubious.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'd just like to say that I think it's inappropriate for us to have this as point B. I think if the ATC want to hold the event and whatever, we should have that mentioned in a totally different way, totally separate from Christmas and New Year's Eve events that we're part of, because we're basically, as Councillor Madsen said, we're basically cancelling all of ours, but the only one that looks like we're supporting is this particular one. Now, maybe this one will still go ahead, but I don't think it should be as part of this report. I think that you could have put that up as a mayoral minute, but I don't think that this should be part of this report. And I think that point B should be removed. And in fact, I'm going to move that if someone would like to second that. Yeah, okay.
What is the, so I stepped in late, so I apologise, councillors, but confirm the support. Is it financial? Is it in kind? Is it communications? So like an ad in Scene magazine or what? And do residents get like a free pass, like the community? So that's the kicker, is the LGA. Okay.
Question. And a letter goes out with the rates, is that not correct? That's how it used to be?
I'm assuming it will only be with.
Through you, Mr Mayor, given the timing of the event, which will be held very early in December, then the communications would be limited to our e-news and social media.
Councillor Luxman.
Yeah, the question, so, sorry, I wasn't probably properly concentrating, but so this is a race meeting that is going ahead as part of the Christmas thing, or it's just open up the gates and have a Christmas party?
No, it's a Christmas celebration at the Friday the 4th of 2020, the Twilight meeting, so it'll be a race meeting. Yeah.
So
Twilight.
yeah, so it's a race event. Okay, and they're proposing to start at what time?
By
Yeah,
memory, but
I'm just
Twilight's probably around 5:30, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. I'll just put you through that, Chair.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the event would be gates open at 2:10, first race at 3:10, last race at 6:45, with activities including kids' rides from 2 stage, kids' dance performance, character performances, singing Santa, lighting of a Christmas tree, and UNSW carols and symphony, with rides and all activations concluding by 9 p.m.
So, sorry, Councillor Roberts and then Sousa.
Yeah, I will not be supporting the amendment. I support the motion. I understand the sort of disconnect issue that some councillors are mentioning, but I'm happy to let that one through. This is an event that we've supported in the past.
they've offered this deal to local residents in past years. It's fantastic. They're one of our biggest, in fact, if not the biggest entertainment destination in our LGA, and we're proud to have them in our area. And I think it's fantastic that that they offer this annual event where local residents and families can come in for free. It's fantastic, and I think it's a benefit that residents should be made aware of. Thank you.
Councillor.
Mr. Mayor, I remember reading Charles Dickens' Christmas Carol, and it becomes obvious who the Scrooge is in this council. I tell you, there are some people that want to steal away Christmas. They take their frustration out on others. They hate everything because they didn't get their way. That's the story of Scrooge and Christmas Carol, Charles Dickens' book. And then there's a green character called the Grinch. And the Grinch in Dr. Seuss's book steals Christmas from the children. Mr. Mayor, I know what it's like to be the mayor, and when you get a request from the ATC, which is not just one of our biggest, mostly ratepayers, but one of our biggest employers. They make a big contribution to our social economy and economically to our community. They're asking for support, like any other group. But, Mr. Mayor, we didn't have the Mayor's Cup this year, and sadly, I don't think we did. But in saying that, this is a different world. But the ATC has always been there for us as a community and us as a council. So I would encourage the councillors to support not the amendment, but the motion in its pure form. That's all I'd say. It's easy to say, no, I'm looking around at the numbers, but I think the impression I got was the mayor was approached. The impression I get is he wants to support the local people and the local business or the ATC. I think we should move forward. But as I say, the Grinch in all of us will either come out tonight or we're going to do the right thing and support, make sure Christmas returns to the community and the children.
Just curious, when did you receive the invitation from the ATC? The GM's going to obviously answer.
Actually, tonight, this afternoon, and then I received it tonight.
Well,
so Council received it this afternoon.
This afternoon. But you could have put this through as a mayoral minute.
I couldn't have, only as I walked in, it was on my desk.
Didn't you think that, I mean, put it this way, when we as council are saying that we can't go at, I'm asking a question, she can ask another question, she's entitled to, just like you are. Yeah, and you walked out, why weren't you here for the KTK?
Councillor Lewison, please
so
go
I'm
ahead.
trying to ask a question, yeah.
Yep.
So all I'm saying is, couldn't you have found another more appropriate spot to put this? I'm not so opposed to the ATC having an event. That's not what I'm opposed to. I'm opposed to us having it in this same report. I just don't think it looks appropriate at all.
No, I think
and that's why councillors...
Actually, to answer that, if you go on page 126, there's all the activations for Christmas, because what we can't have.
We're having.
So I think it's very appropriate.
Well,
Councillor Parker?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, I just have a question as to whether or not it would be in order to move a procedural motion to split the two questions, to move the report as is, and then to have, as a subsequent motion, support for the ATC.
Have you got your through you, Mr. Mayor? The motion that's on the books at the moment includes the matter. To split the item, there would have to be another motion or a mayoral minute or notice of motion put on the books. The reason that it was decided to include or suggest for inclusion in this particular item was because it was in relation to Christmas. We did receive the information very late this afternoon, just before the council meeting, which didn't give time for a report, and the options available to us were that the mayor exercises his mayoral duties in between council meetings, or we put it to this council meeting. Essentially, we just it's up to council as to whether they wish to proceed.
Look, just to be clear, I individually support the ATC Christmas thing. Just as one follow-up question, just through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, and please indulge me if I'm confused. Were council via a procedural motion to resolve to split the two questions and then to put the Christmas report, and then a subsequent motion, or to resolve in a procedural motion to put it before the council, is that something which the council can do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, apologies in regards to my interpretation. If it was moved as an urgent notice of motion, then that could be done through a procedural motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to move a procedural motion to split the two questions and to move this as urgent business.
Just very basic, 11:30, so I'm asking for an extension of the meeting. And no, it's fine. I just to protect you. And I think Councillor De Rocha is going to second that, if you're happy.
So, Councillor De Rocha said, I need a vote on, it's 11:30, so we need an extension.
Yeah,
so we all vote on the extension?
Yeah, it's all kosher now. Thank you.
Half an hour every hour. I know. Procedural motion was the extension of time.
Just a procedural motion to split the two questions.
Councillor Passer, I'm really going to have to ask your indulgence. I don't have the opportunities to leave the room, and I didn't think this would take as long. I'll be back. In other words, I've got to go to the toilet. Just give me 2 minutes. I thought we would have been finished by now, but I can't.
Thank you. I have a question to the General Manager. Now, earlier this year, we voted and supported the Community Creative and Community Connect funds, and that was so contingency funds could be applied for by community members throughout the year. Has there been any other instance, either since the beginning of this term or since we introduced the new provisions, where a request for assistance was put in literally a minute or 5 minutes before the council meeting, and if they were they approved? Because I cannot think of any other organisation where we would even consider voting to support. This is not to do with whether you support the event at the racecourse or not. This is about the strong message it's going to send out that this was not done through the usual process. Would this be the usual process to vote on support for a matter that has only been presented to the General Manager and Mayor on the night of the meeting? Thank you.
Normally I would say through you, Mr. Mayor, but for the purposes of getting the meeting moving, just to answer the question, both the Community Creative and the community and both grant programs actually have a clause in there for in-kind donations to be under delegation and may be approved by council staff. The reason that, rather than doing under delegation, we suggested that the Mayor put this to the council meeting was because it was one of our collaboration partners, and we thought it best that council made the decision to provide the support in regards to the in-kind communications.
Just a follow-on question. Where there are requests for in-kind support between funding rounds, would the applicant be required to fill out the application form and submit it to be assessed? Or can they just come and send an email 5 minutes before the council meeting? Would that be something that you would normally consider?
it is up to council as to what they wish to move. It is up to the mayor as to whether he wishes to bring something to the council meeting, and in this case he's brought this request to the council meeting. And can I just suggest, for the purposes of meeting practice, that if we are going to continue with questioning, we wait till the mayor gets back so that we do have a chair for the meeting.
Need my glasses.
You were not in the room for the K2K. That was the bigger thing.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
So where are we up to?
I move the procedural motion, Mr. Mayor.
That didn't it, I think? Yep. So I'll put it rather than discuss it. All those in favour say aye. All those against? I declare that carried. Do we do the procedural motion first or the amendment? Go back to the amendment? So the procedural motion, Councillor, it's done? So remove B because it's going to be separate. So we'll vote on the motion as was. You can vote it. You can vote against it when we get there. So no. So we'll go back to the motion as was, as per recommendation. So all those in favour, say aye. Against, declare that carried. Now we'll go to the just have a motion to bring forward urgent business.
I move
Councillor Parker.
that as urgent business.
Seconder, Councillor Matson.
I move it. Done. I have no further comments.
Okay, Councillor Feach, speak. The urgent business. Councillor Feach.
Look, I won't speak long, but I supported splitting it, but I don't consider this urgent business. I think it's highly inappropriate for a large organisation to be, I think it just shows contempt for that organisation, for this council, that they consider that they can override the procedures that community groups, including large and small, have to go through. And just flick an email 2 minutes before a council meeting is about to start and expect for us to roll over. So I won't be supporting it.
Councillor Matson.
Look, I agree with what Councillor Veach is saying. It just looks ill thought through, and it makes a mockery of the first part of the resolution that we've already adopted. Suddenly we're throwing all our concerns about COVID-19 out the window. Yeah, let's get all these people down to the race course where they can spend money and bet on horses
it just seems like suddenly they don't seem to go together. It's just an abrupt 180-degree change in direction in one sort of proposal. It makes a mockery of it.
Councillor Bowen.
Look, I'm going to speak in favour. I'm not a huge fan of gambling at all, but having said that, we've just voted to say we're not going to do anything, right? So this is the one thing we can do, and also it's a controlled environment. That's the obvious difference. They can control the numbers for COVID and everything else. I mean, there's not a lot happening, and I think it's, you know, I'm happy to support it. We shouldn't be too worried about it. If we don't vote for it tonight, you know, it'll be too late. Heard that before.
No, I moved that it be put. I closed debate.
No, it was Parker and Roberts. It was already, it's up there. Oh, so this is on the urgent business now. Sorry, it's Parker and Roberts still.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
This is on the motion, isn't it? Okay.
Voting on urgent business now, as per Parker and Roberts. Yeah, division. All those in favour of making this an urgent business item, raise your right hand. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Vinos, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Bowen, yeah. Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. All those against, Councillor Veach and Councillor Matson. So I declare that carried. Now it has become urgent business. Councillor.
I just move it. I waive my rights.
I'll just wait till that one goes. Oh, there's still the last one now. Okay, so, or now it becomes the urgent business is now a motion. So all those in favour, raise your right hand. Councillor Stavrinos, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Bowen, Councillor Roberts, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor De Souza and the Mayor. All those against. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Matson. I declare that carried. So we move on to CS 45/20. Councillor Parker.
I just have a query in relation to the report. The proposed resolution refers to planning and design work, not for any of the construction costs. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
I move the recommendation on the business paper.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor De Souza as a seconder. I think we'll just put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that carried. Any petitions? It's two meetings. So, councillors, NM 64/20, notice of motion from Councillor Stavrinos, investigation of parking options for scooter delivery. Councillor Roberts is second.
Mr. Mayor, the reason I brought forward this motion is because I've actually seen it with my own eyes, and I've actually had this happen to me, where I've had scooter delivery drivers park so close to the back of my car, at the front and at the back, that I haven't been able to get my car out of a car space, and I've had to wait for 10 minutes so that one of them can leave for me to be able to get my car out of the car space in a main thoroughfare. Coogee Bay Road, it happens in Meek Street, it happens in Borodale Road, it happens in most of our town centres now because there are so many of these scooter delivery drivers, and I've actually seen one fall on a car. I've seen the scooter delivery operator pick up his bike and take off. Now, something's got to be done about it. There are more and more of these scooter delivery drivers operating in our city, and we need to think of ways in which we can have maybe, I don't want to have designated car spaces taken away from our residents to cater for scooter delivery drivers. What I would like to see is having share spaces with loading zones. Or I can't think of other ways, but I'm hoping that our staff can look into this because it's something that is becoming an ever-increasing problem, and they are causing a hindrance for people that park. You know, I mean, you've got a car space, and you've got a car that's parked behind you. You give yourself 1.5 metres to 2 metres, and you get a scooter delivery driver coming and parking right behind you. So you haven't got the room to be able to get out of the space. And I've seen accidents where their bikes have fallen on other people's cars. Look, we're going to have some issues going forward with this because there's so many of them operating now, not only in Randwick, but right across the Sydney metro area. So look, I ask you to support my motion tonight and, you know, to investigate ways in which we can deal with this matter. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Roberts, as seconder. Councillor Matson.
Look, surely the issue is overstated. I mean, we've got more scooter delivery services because of the pandemic, you know. Local businesses trying to survive, so they've changed their business operation to sending food out via scooters. I mean, it's just one of the inevitable realities of trying to bend and accommodate a response to the pandemic while still allowing our local businesses to stay alive. I think it's an overstated issue, really. I mean, these guys, they earn their money by being quick at what they do, so they're not going to stay forever in one spot. I mean, yeah, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes or something, but I think we're overreacting here.
The speakers? I'll just put it. All those in favour of the motion, say aye. Against? I declare that carried. NM 65/20, notice from Councillor Veach, incentives to reduce household waste and related fees.
Seconded.
Seconded by Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, you know, it's fantastic that council's moving to FOGO and, you know, reduce waste from landfill, but actually some residents have been in touch and they said, look, if we're reducing our waste, how come we've got to pay the same as everyone else? Like, everyone's getting the same size bin, so I understand there may be some flexibility in that. So it's just a fairly straightforward motion. When staff have time, there's no, I know we've got to go through the whole process of getting FOGO rolled out, the education campaign, so perhaps this can occur, you know, at some time when that's all been hopefully resolved. But to sort of over time look at ways, given that we're collecting data through these RDIF tags, pardon me, to see if there is some ways. I understand there's probably difficulties that, you know, people might think, oh, well, I'll go and chuck my rubbish in my neighbour's bin or something like that, but perhaps there is some way in due course that we can investigate, you know, financial incentives for reducing waste, and that would be based on, hopefully, reductions from the current amount, so it wouldn't disproportionately affect larger households, you know, not being able to take advantage of it. So I hope you'll support the motion.
Councillor Parker?
No, I have nothing further to add.
Councillor Matson?
Does the current contract we have or will have allow for this, the introduction of changes or variations to this fee?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. The current contract is a collection contract, so we're paying essentially for the new contractor being Cleanaway to collect the 3 bins. So the waste minimisation in relation to reducing or incentivising fees will not be through the current collection contract.
Any further speakers? So I'll put it. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that carried. NM 68/20. Notice the motion from Councillor De Rocha. Proposed request for state funding to assist with traffic management costs due to the impacts of COVID-19. Do I have a seconder? Councillor De Souza.
This pandemic has really taken a lot out of this council. The council having to put budgets together, having to rearrange staff to try and save jobs, put people sort of all over the place to try and get through, and yet keep up with the capital works and do everything that they've got to do. A lot of this, it's a worldwide pandemic, and it's not something that council should be able to inherit the cost on its own for all the staff that they're shuffling around, trying to create the jobs or save the jobs for. Whether it's the ambassadors, whether it's the council workers that are out, whether it's all the casuals, at the moment it seems like it's all council money just about that's going in to pay for everything. I think that the burden should be shared by the federal government and by the state government and ministers, and we should be reaching out for them for all the costs that we're outlaying and all the money that we're spending. I mean, we're the bottom of the heap. We're local government, and then state government sort of controls the money, and then you've got federal. Like I said, this is a worldwide pandemic. It's affecting the whole country, and it's not fair to punish a council who's working as hard as what Randwick is. I'm sure every other council can probably say the same, but I really hope that you support my motion, and we do write to the powers that be and ask for them to provide funding for all the costs that we've incurred and keep incurring, and especially coming through summer. Who knows what's going to happen? And we haven't got an everlasting piggy bank, so I admire council for the budgets they've put together, but we need to get some of this money back to help.
Councillor De Souza.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say I compliment the General Manager and David McNevin and all our financial team for being able to maintain all the jobs and give our workers job security. Now, being in business, I thought, oh, we must be getting JobKeeper or something like that. And look, it's wonderful. But then when I spoke to the General Manager, she said, I think, and I could have got it all wrong, but she said, we have to drop by 30%, and our rates haven't dropped by 30%. So we're not entitled to any of these incentives or bonuses. So what makes it even more important is that this council, to shrewd leadership and management, and that goes to you too, Mr. Mayor, for your leadership, what it shows is that we're good money managers. And in doing so, we protected the jobs. I think if we can get some funding, why not? It's just an extra bonus which we can use for so many community projects. So I fully support what Councillor De Rocha is advocating, but in saying that, I do compliment the General Manager, you, Mr. Mayor, and you, Mr. McNevin, for managing our finances such a way that really we not only protected jobs, but also services for our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further speakers? I'll call it. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. Can I have someone move procedural motion for extra half hour?
Yeah.
Councillor Luxford moved it. Councillor Servinos seconded. So we move on to... Yeah. Oh, sorry. All those in favour, hopefully. I declare that carried. So... Actually, if it goes one more procedural motion, maybe we will get one. NM 69/20, Councillor Matson.
Yes, thank you.
augmenting Council's strategic greenhouse emissions by further adopting Northern Beaches Council aspirational target of net zero emissions by 2030.
Yeah, we've already adopted our own expressed Randwick City Council local emissions reduction target. This is the one we will be working for, which was 60% by 2030. We did that back when we adopted environmental strategy. But I did notice that Northern Beaches has got an aspirational target of achieving net zero emissions in our community by 2030. Aspirational means it's not a target that council staff are going to prioritise resources to achieving. It's just a statement to the general population that if we could, all things considered, it would be good to have net zero emissions in our community by 2030. If that happened around the world, there would be a substantial reduction of climate change effects through the reduction of greenhouse emissions. It's just an aspirational target. It's simply saying to the community, our adopted target is 60% across Randwick City by 2030, but wouldn't it be better if as a community, if as a part of the global community or even the world itself just achieved net zero emissions in our community by 2030? I ask for support. It has no actual impact on our adopted goals or strategy.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Shuri seconded. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Shuri? As seconded.
I reserve my right, thank you.
Any further discussion? Councillor
5 seconds. Councillors, you know, 10 years is actually a fairly long time. We don't know what the future holds, but we do know that things are moving very rapidly in renewable energy uptake. It is very cheap. We've got the world-leading institute here, the School of Solar Voltaic Engineering at UNSW. Things are moving rapidly. If we went to full solar and wind and saw an uptake and an increase in the rollout of electric vehicles, this may well be achievable. So I think it's worth supporting. It's not locking us in, but it's an aspiration we should all be moving to, and we should have the confidence to think that in 10 years our little LGA actually might be able to achieve this. I do think it's possible.
Councillor Parker.
I have a question through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer. In light of the fact that the environment strategy consultation is about to come back, I'm just curious as to how a report being brought back would be dealt with in light of the fact that we're actually going to get the environment strategy consultation report very shortly, and I'm just curious if it would be bundled in as part of that and considered as part of that, or it's the interpretation of council staff that this would require a subsequent report.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think it would be relevant to be contained in the same report, given that we're talking about the same targets.
Look, in light of that answer, I'm more than happy to support this motion.
Councillor D'Souza, yeah.
But I don't like comparisons to other councils. I think our motto is Sema Prima, always first. I would ask the Speaker if he could consider, I understand the aspirational target and the emissions by 2030, but rather than compare it, because I find it insulting that we are comparing ourselves to another council, could he consider taking out the words Northern Beaches Council or by further adopting Northern Beaches Council? We should be setting our own aspirational target. Everything else was perfect. But in saying that, why compare ourselves to Northern Beaches Council? What is the purpose of it? Why make them the benchmark? We should be the benchmark, and our general manager should be the benchmark.
Is that a question?
Yeah, right. Councillor Matson.
It sort of makes it difficult, really. I was just pointing out that at least one other council had a similar sort of strategy. I wasn't suggesting we were competing with them in any way. I'm not sure what the point of taking it out. Surely we're not declaring some sort of race with Northern Beaches, or that we are conceding to them any great authority on climate change initiatives. It's almost supportive of what they're doing, or it could be seen any way you want. I'm struggling to understand why we would resent Northern Beaches and having an aspirational target. I'm sorry.
So I'll take it that you won't take it out.
I just don't see the point late at night of doing something that clearly most of the councillors couldn't care about, really. It's not a major issue. No.
Okay. Any further speakers? Put it. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? So I declare it carried. So NM 71/20, notice the motion from Councillor Shuri. Opposition to offshore exploration and mining. Councillor Parker.
Seconded.
Oh, okay.
Done what?
It's okay, great, thank you. Currently, this offshore mining is only indicated before off between Newcastle and the Northern Beaches. Northern Beaches again, Councillor. However, there is nothing to say that this will not be later moved down the coast from Northern Beaches down to Sutherland, Wollongong. We're talking about the possibility of having oil rigs, gas rigs, 5 kilometres off our coastline. These will be seen, and at the moment we really value our coast. I bet when you looked out tonight and saw those fantastic waves and what a fantastic picture it was, can you just imagine what it might be like if you had a rig that you could see out there? Also, there's the possibility of massive contamination to our fish stocks, the fishing industry, and the whales that we look at in migration, and we are so pleased to see them. I mean, every one of our residents that I talk to in the mornings or walking along Maroubra Beach gets really excited every time they see a pod of whales or a pod of dolphins. This seismic testing has taken no notice of the fact of the migration of those fantastic creatures. It's really not good for the environment. It really isn't good for us. It's not good for the fishing industry. It's certainly not good for tourism. And I really hope that you will join me in opposing this.
Councillor Matson, a seconder.
Yes, look, we're a coastal community. As Councillor Shuri says, people value the experience of coming to a coastal community. Yes, I think I'd rather look offshore and see Winnipeg Island or a migrating whale. I don't think I'd be so excited about catching a far-off glimpse of an oil rig or a spreading oil leak. It's just... we pride ourselves on being a coastal council. That implies that we see ourselves as having some sort of custodial role. I do think that really this is a good motion to put. I don't support what is being proposed by some members of the fossil fuel industry here.
Councillor Stavrinos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can't believe what I'm reading tonight when I've seen this motion put before us. Mr. Mayor, I can't believe how hypocritical this motion is, because the councillor has a mobile phone, she has a motor vehicle, and she has a house that she lives in that's powered by minerals that have come out of the ground. Now, Councillor Shuri should go home tonight, get rid of her mobile phone, get rid of all of her electrical appliances, switch the electricity off at her house and go live in a cave along the coastal walkway. Because everything that we've got, every electrical appliance, everything in the house, everything that you see around you here today has been derived from minerals that have been extracted out of the ground. Whether it be aluminium, whether it be cobalt, whether it be lithium, whether it be zinc, whether it be magnesium, whether it be gold, silver, every mineral that we have in our phones, in this building here, has been derived from the ground. And if the councillor thinks that I'm going to vote for a motion that she should be practising what she preaches before she comes here before us tonight, putting up a motion that, you know, I mean, it's hypocritical to say the least. Hypocritical. And I mean, really, even the wind turbines and the solar panels that are probably on the roof of her house, they've all been derived from cobalt and lithium and other minerals that have come out of the ground. How can you say that you're opposed to offshore exploration and mining when you live in a house that's been derived from minerals that have come out of the ground? When you've got a mobile phone, when you love the creature comforts of the Western society and everything that comes out of the ground through mining, but no, I'm opposed to it. I'm sick of these Chardonnay-sipping socialists preaching to me about what's right and what's wrong. I'm not supporting this motion. You've got to be kidding. It should be chucked out.
I think you prefer. Any further speakers?
No,
Councillor Parker.
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, I've foreshadowed I have an amendment for this motion. Yeah, just to be clear. So if I'm able to move it, so I move the proposed amendment that 1, that council notes community concern over offshore exploration and mining. 2, acknowledges that state and federal MPs of all persuasions have publicly opposed exploration off the New South Wales coast, asserting that the federal approval process is not robust and does not adequately consider the environmental risks of testing. 3, that council writes to the New South Wales Government requesting that any assessment or approval is sufficiently robust, adequately considers environmental risk, takes into account community views and is based on up-to-date science. And then I have added a further point. Apologies. Do you have that there, David? Oh, yeah. And point 4 expresses concern over the possibility of any visible facility from shore. The reason why I have moved this particular amendment is that it is my personal view that any offshore exploration or mining is something to be quite concerned about. I do note that there are various views expressed by both state and federal members. It is my view that any assessment needs to be done on the basis of science, on the basis of seriously considering environmental risk, taking into account community views and community consent, and fundamentally should not impede on the amenity of the visual amenity from the coastline. The fact of the matter is that fossil fuel exploration currently is part of our energy mix. There is not a proposal for that to change in the immediate future. As a result, any proposal needs to be assessed according to the planning framework and the current licensing framework that exists. There is not any proposal in order to change that, but any proposed facility which does proceed needs to stack up on the science and be environmentally sustainable. So as a result, I've moved this particular amendment, and I would commend it to the council.
Councillor DeRocha, a seconder.
I think Councillor Parker pretty much covered it all. I went from not really knowing whether I was going to support it, but now...
Councillor Laxford.
One second, that amendment.
Yeah, Councillor DeRocha. Amendment. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Against? I declare that carried. So that becomes the motion. We just put it. So I'll put the motion now. It's become the amendment. The amendment has now become the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that carried. We move on to confidentials. Would someone like to ask the confidential papers?
I've got a question.
A seconder?
I've
Oh,
got some well,
there's
you give us this stuff. I have a question. Yeah, but
councillors, we haven't finished. We're going to have a question about the confidential papers. So I just have to question. I can't hear you because of that. Sorry.
sorry, the supply and implementation of a human resource management system, because obviously you could just hire me to do it.
Okay, well then,
the question is about
so it's
that.
for the last one. So I'll put to the councillors then, CS 47/20 Pioneers Park. All those in favour say aye. Those against? Declare that carried. CS 48/20 Coogee Oval Grandstand refurbishment. I declare that. All those in favour? And those against? Declare that carried. So CO 54/20, Councillor Nielsen.
Just a question in relation to this item. Just wondering whether any other council is using the same system that we are proposing to use.
Through you, Mr Mayor. No, we'd be the first council in Australia, but there are councils in Canada who are currently using it right now.
And a follow-up question, and is this sort of available through SROC and so on and so forth? Do they help at all with any of the financing, any deal arrangements with this? Probably deal arrangements isn't the correct word, but you understand what I mean.
No, this was a pure tender going out to open market, so we have done that through that procurement process.
Follow-up question again. Then, if we're the only ones in Australia, are you confident that this is the best? I mean, obviously you are, because this is the one you're recommending, but yeah, I don't know, it didn't seem, well...
And apologies if I lapsed in concentration, and Councillor Nielsen also already asked this, but is this going to involve the loss of any jobs or hours for staff?
Through you,
Any
Mr.
further
Mayor.
questions?
The system is to augment what we already do. It will automate certain processes and free people up to concentrate on other parts of the business that needs more attention.
So there's absolutely no job losses or loss of hours for any staff?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no.
So we actually do need to record a show of hands, unless there's further discussion. Councillors, oh, sorry, putting it up. So all those in favour, please raise your right hand. Councillor Shuri, Councillor Nielsen, Councillor Veach, Councillor Savrinos, Councillor Luxford, Councillor Parker, Councillor Andrews, Councillor Bowen, Councillor Matson, Councillor De Rocha, Councillor De Souza, and the Mayor. According to my votes, it only says on the last one. I'll check, because on my notes it says only the last one. Apparently it's meant to be a record of voting on all of them, not just the last one. I've got a record that says only. Pardon? There's no one against. We'll just put all the names down because there's no one against. There was no one against. So